Die waterkanon spuit en hoe dit in 'n beboste gebied inspuit.
Though there is not much detail, it shows the water cannon spraying where there are the shrubs.
Ngoke ngoku ayibonisi into ezininzi kodwa ibonisa apho kwakutshiswa amanzi khona apho kukho isihlahla khona.
Dan was die een lens van een van die waterkanon kameras was ook vuil geweest.
The one lens of the camera was also dirty.
Enye ke uye lens yezi camera ziyabamdaka.
En die beelde was niet baie duidelik nie.
And the images were not very clear.
Mifanekiso ke ingacacanga.
Kon ook ander polisievoertuie waarneem, hoofsaaklik Nyala panservoertuie.
One could also see police vehicles, the Nyalas and the others.
Bonakala imoto zamapolisa kunye nehipo ke nezinye.
En dit is wat ek in hooftrekke kan onthou van die opname.
In brief, that is what I observed.
Ukufutshane ke zizo ke into endathi ndazibona.
Now, can I invite you to look at Exhibit SS2, which would be the Standing Order 262.
Ndicela ke ukusiye pha kubungqina nabo bebizwa SS2 ubizwa i-standing order.
Ek het die dokument voorsitter.
I have the document in.
What is this
front
document?
Yintoni koluxwebhu?
Ja, maar ek het nie die vraag gehoor nie.
What is this document?
Yintoni koluxwebhu wena?
Voorsitter, die dokument is Standing Order in brackets General 262 that deals with crowd management during gatherings and demonstrations.
Lo xwebhu ke ngokolubizwa Standing Order General 262 elenza elithetha ngokulawulwa kwezihlwele.
And in summary, the document deals with the requirements of the Constitution. It deals with the regulation of the Gatherings Act and has specific standing orders.
Ngobufutshane ke ngoku ithetha ngento ezifunekayo kumgaqo-siseko kunye nemimiselo kunye nemiyalelo ekhutshwayo ethile.
Dit is korrek, voorsitter.
That is correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Yinyani leyo.
Just to talk about two aspects of that document, can I invite you to look at Section 7 or Paragraph 7 of that document?
Khona nje into endifuna sithethe ngazo ke ezimbalwa apha ndicela sijonge uparagraph le yesixhenxe apha ku-standing order.
Ek het paragraaf 7.
Paragraph 7.2 reads, the assessment of the threat level must be based on available tactical information in terms of level of risk, discussions and arrangements with the convener, history of peaceful or violent protests by the parties involved, past experiences with the party, suitability of vicinity or venue in terms of alleviating or aggravating risks, etc.
Okufutshane ke ngoku ithetha yona ngokuba kuzohlolwa izinga ke ngoku lezigrogriso kujongwe lona kwaye kujongwe loo nto yenziwe kakhona ngolwazi olufumanekayo bajonge nobungozi bukhona kwaye kwenza amalungiselelo okungena nakwingxoxo ke ngoku ukuba ke ngoku nawo bantu indlela bebeziphatha ngayo kwixesha elidlulileyo ibindlela enjani na.
Dit is korrek, voorsitter.
That's correct, sir.
Injalo.
Were elements of this standing order taken into account in the drawing of the plans?
Elixesha ke ngoku nani senze isicwangciso ezinto ezibhalwe apha ku-standing order nandinike ingqwalasela na.
Dit is korrek, voorsitter.
It's correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Kunjalo sihlalo.
Paragraph 7.3 deals with various levels of threat assessments.
7.2 uthetha ngendlela ezahlukeneyo ke ngoku zokuhlalutya okanye ukuphonononga izigrogriso.
Dit is inderdaad so, voorsitter.
It is indeed so, sir.
Kunjalo.
With regard to Marikana, what threat level would that have been according to the assessment in the
okwendlela ke ngoku nanivavanya kanye ijonge ngayo imeko yayikoliphi izinga ke ngoku izigrogriso pha iMarikana?
It's a vlak 3 dreigement.
It was a stage 3 threat.
Yayisisigrokiso ke esiwela phaa kuluhlu lesithathu.
Can I take you perhaps back to paragraph 1, which is the definition sections?
Ndizawucela ke siye phaa kulaa paragraph yokuqala le iyona eyichazayo.
Paragraph 2, I think.
Paragraph 2, that's indeed, Chair. And particularly paragraph F, which is a definition of defensive measures.
Ingakumbi ke paragraph F lo wethetha ngamanyathelo ke okhuselo.
The definition of defensive measures refer to proactive tactical measures such as static barriers, which are used to protect and safeguard people or property by cordoning off, blocking, isolating, patrolling, escorting, and channeling people.
Iyayichaza ke waphinda ukubana ke ngoku amanyathelo okhuselo kulapho kusetyenziswa zobuchule apho kuzokubekwa imiqobo izawusetyenziswa ukukhusela abantu kwakunye nempahla ngokuba ivalwe okanye yohlukaniswe loo ndawo leyo okanye ngokukhokhelela abantu kwindawo ethile ubakhapha baye kwindawo ethile.
Is that in line with what you were testifying about yesterday?
Ihambisana nento obungqina ngayo izolo na?
Dit is verwysend na my getuienis gister, dit is korrek, ja.
Yes, that has been referred to in my statement yesterday. That is correct.
Winjalo ngoba ikhankanyiwe na ku-statement sam.
In particular with a reference to the barbed wire.
Ingakumbi xa sithetha ngocingo oluhlabayo.
Die statiese versperring soos vermeld in die definisie, dis korrek.
Yes, that is the obstruction that is given in the definition, yes.
Yile nto kuvalwa ngayo kuchazwe ngayo kule ndlela echazwa ngayo indlela yokhuselo.
Paragraph 11 of the standing order then deals with execution.
Apha ku paragraph 11 yenza ithetha ngendlela ke ngoku esetyenziswa yokwenza.
In there, the standing order reads, the use of force must be avoided at all costs, and members deployed for the operation must display the highest degree of tolerance.
Ithi ke ngoku ukusetyenziswa kwamandla mayibe yinto ke ngoku ezamayo into bawuthintelwa leyo ngamalungu athunyele ku-operation kwaye bazame ukubonisa indlela yokunyamezela.
Then deals with the requirements of the Section 9.1 and Section 9.2 of the Act.
Ithetha kakhona ke ngoku ngo-section 9.1 no lesibini yomthetho lowo.
Which would be the Regulation of Gatherings Act.
Le nge-Regulation of Gatherings Act.
And says during any operation, ongoing negotiations must take place between officers and conveners or other leadership elements.
Ithi ke ngoku xa ukho i-operation kufuneka uqhubekeke kubantu uthethathethwano phakathi ke kwamalungu ke nabo bazinkokheli.
Would these have been the negotiations that were undertaken with the people on the copy?
Ngolo thethathethwano nangena kulo ke nabantu abephaa entabeni olo.
Die kopie en dan ook ingesluit die ander onderhandelings wat daar was tussen generaal-majoor Mpembe en verskeie rolspelers.
The copy, yes, and also other engagement with General Mpembe and the others.
Phaa entabeni ke ngoku nenye indlela ke yokudibana ilobana udibana ndlebe njengogeneral Mpembe kwakunye nabanye abenje njalo.
Paragraph 11 sub 2 then reads, if negotiations fail and life or property is in danger, the following procedures must be followed.
Kuthiwa ke ngokuba into zothethathethwano ziyaphanza kwaye ke ngoku ubomi babantu okanye impahla zisengciphekweni sengozini kufuneka kulandelwe kwenziwe izinto zilandelayo.
Then says step 1, the action that must be there is to put defensive measures in place as a priority.
Kuthiwa makusetyenziswe indlela uthatha inyathelo ke ngoku lokhuselo njengento eyoqala ibalulekileyo.
Would this be in line with the deployment of the barbed wire?
Lento ihambisana nalaa nto neyenzileyo ukukhutshwa kwecingo elihlabayo.
Dit is in lyn, voorsitter.
It is in line, Mr. Chairperson.
Ihambisana nayo.
It then says as a step 2, the action is then to warn participants according to the Act of the action that will be taken against them should defensive measures fail.
Kuthiwa into yesibini eyenzekayo ke ngoku kulumkisa abo bathatha inxaxheba into ngendlela ehambisana nomthetho ngesenzo esizawuthi ke ngoku senziwe kubo ukuba ke ngoku leyo na inyathelo lokhuselo liphanza.
Is that right?
Dit is hoe ons die plan voorsien het, voorsitter, die waarskuwing sal wees, sou die defensiewe maatreëls nie slaag nie en voordat daar offensiewe maatreëls geneem word.
That is how it was planned, Mr. Chairperson, that this warning would be given before any offensive measures be taken.
Indlela eyenziwa ngayo into yokuba kuzawuthi uqala khutshwa isilumkiso ngaphambi kuthathwe noba leliphi inyathelo.
And the evidence is that before this could be implemented, a group of people approached the barbed wire.
Kuthiwa ke ngoku ebungqineni into eyenzekileyo phambi
More
kuzokhutshwa
accurately,
isilumkiso.
made for the gap. Isn't it so? They didn't just approach the barbed wire. They weren't going to the barbed wire. They were going to the gap, the area which had not been covered yet. Is that right, or am I misunderstanding?
Ufuna uqonda usihlalo into yoba ngeyiphi ayindawo le kuthiwa yayivulekileyo na iyi-gap na.
Well, the accurate detail will come from witnesses like Brigadier Khalets, but the information was that as the first barbed wire was deployed, the group of people approached the police line.
Leyo ke kuzawuxaswa ngoBrigadier Khalets kodwa kuthiwe ke ngoku ngeli xesha kutsalwa ucingo lokuqala abaza ke ngoku abaqhankqalazi abantu baza phambili kumgcalo wamapolisa.
Dit is korrek, voorsitter.
That is correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Kunjalo sihlalo.
The third step contemplated in terms of the execution of the standing order is to then bring forward the reserve or reaction section or platoon that will be responsible for offensive measures as a deterrent to further violence should the above-mentioned measures not achieve the desired result.
Inyathelo lesithathu elandelayo kukuba ke ngoku kuzawuza ngaphambili aba bebehleli belindile abazoba noxanduva yokuba bathathe inyathelo abazokwenza into yokuba bona banqande udushe kuba lingaqhubekeki ukuba ezi zingaphambili ke ngoku zimbini ziphanzile.
Dit is in lyn met die beplanning, voorsitter.
It was in line with the planning, Mr. Chairperson.
Yayihambisana nesicwangciso.
But this, as the other witnesses will tell us, did not happen because of various developments which we will handle later. Is that right, General?
Kukamanqina ke ngakazawutsho ukuba lento zange ikwazi uyenzeka ngenxa yento ezithile zathi zenzeka phaya kunjalo.
Dit is inderdaad so.
It is indeed so.
Ewe kunjalo.
Paragraph 11 sub 3 of the standing order then deals with circumstances where the use of force is unavoidable.
Apha ke ngoku kule yesithathu ibonisa ngemeko apho kusebenzisa kwamandla into engenakwazi ukuthintelwa.
Dit is korrek.
It is correct.
Kunjalo.
General, on information given to you, the use of force was explained as what? As avoidable or not?
Ngendlela kwinkcazelo wayinikwayo ukusetyenziswa kwamandla kwathiwani kuwe yinto eyayinokwazi uba ithintelwe leyo kanye.
Dit was verduidelik in noodweer en selfverdediging en dat dit nie kon vermy word nie.
It said it was unavoidable, had to be done in self-defense.
Uthi ke xa kuthiwa ke ngoku into engakwazi ukuthintelwa ke kwafuneke benze ngokuzikhusela.
Can I now invite you to look at, firstly, the letter of 20 December 2011, which is Exhibit T.
Cela ke ngisijonge kuncwadi ke ngoku yange 20 December ngo2011 ebizwa ke ubungqina uthi
Die dokument wat ek voor my het is verwysing 3-1-5-1-174 gedateer 20 December 2011.
The document I have
verwijst
before
ek-
me with
verwijst
that
ek
number
teen.
dated 20 December 2011.
Webhalwe date ya 20 December 2011.
Voorsitter, dit wys 'n 5 en iets verwys na daar was verwys na T, maar myne wys 5.
The reference made was that it is an exhibit T, but what appears on this document is a 5.
Evela pha kum ke kubhalwe u5 kuyo.
Is it a document signed by E. Mawela, Lieutenant General, Divisional Commissioner, Operational Response Services?
Le ikitjwe ngu Lieutenant General Imawela.
Dit is korrek.
It is correct, sir?
Kunjalo.
I think it's page 399 in the police hard drive. So at the top of the document, you should see 000399. If that's what is at the top of your document, you've got the right document.
Alhoewel daai gedeelte nie sigbaar is nie, verneem ek dit is T, dis reg, voorsitter.
I take it that is the reference, though it doesn't appear very clear on this document.
Nango bingacacanga apha ndizayithatha uba yiyo le.
The first paragraph records that in recent months, a great number of crowd management incidents have occurred, ranging from labor disputes to service delivery issues, where large numbers of rubber rounds have been used.
Iyachaza into yokuba kwinyanga ezidlulileyo kubekho ke ngoku izehlo apho kulawulwa izihlele ezenzekileyo kwizinto ezinokwenza nemiba ke ngoku yemivuzo apho ke ngoku kuye kwasetyenziswa kakhulu iimbumbulu zerabha.
Dit is korrek, voorsitter.
It is correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Kunjalo sihlalo.
And in particular, paragraph 4 and 5 would say that as part of the police's response, in situations where the escalation of force may be necessary, rubber rounds as stipulated in Standing Order 262 may only be used as a last resort. In spite of this, and that the charges of some rubber rounds have already been reduced. Serious injuries still result from the use of rubber rounds. Do you see that?
Uyabona njengoba kuthiwa ke ngoku amapolisa indlela athi aphendule enze ngayo uthatha inyathelo ngawo xa ke ngoku udushe luye liqhubekeka ngokusebenzisa ke ngoku i-rubber rounds njengoba kubhalwe ku-standing order uthi ke ingasetyenziswa ibe yinto isombululo sokugqibela eso kodwa nangona kunjalo kuphunguliwe ke ngoku apha kwi-charges zeembumbulu zerabha kodwa ke zinokuqhubekeka ke ngokwenza ukuthi abantu bonzakale.
Ek sien dit, voorsitter.
I see that, Mr. Chairperson.
Ibonile loo nto sihlalo.
And most important, says the circular, that the use of rubber rounds under paragraph 5 and shotguns must be stopped with immediate effect.
Kubhalwe nokubana ke ngoku ukusetyenziswa kweembumbulu zerabha nemibhaxa makuyekiswe ngoko nangoko.
Were you familiar with this instruction?
Wawunolwazi ke ngalo myolelo?
Ek is vertroud met die instruksie, dis reg, voorsitter.
I am aware of the instruction, yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Ndinolwazi ngalo myolelo.
And might I invite you then to look at Exhibit S, which is a letter dated 20 July 2012.
Ndicela ke ngoku sijonge ubungqina ke ngoku S incwadi eyibhalwe ngo-20 kaJulayi unyaka ka-2012.
Do you have the document?
Ek het die dokument, dis reg, voorsitter.
I have the document for me, Mr. Chairperson.
Wendiyiphethe.
It is one signed by the National Commissioner, General Pierre, is that right?
Le ityikitywe ngu-National Commissioner uGeneral Pierre kunjalo.
Dit is korrek, voorsitter.
That is correct, sir.
Kunjalo.
In essence, the document is an instruction reintroducing the use of rubber rounds this time. Am I correct?
Le ncwadi ichaza into yoba ngoku iimbumbulu zerabha zingasetyenziswa ngoku.
Dit is korrek, voorsitter.
It is correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Kunjalo sihlalo.
Are you familiar with the document, or were you familiar with the document when it was issued?
Ngeli xesha kwakukhutshwa ke ngoku luxwebhu wawunolwazi ngalo?
Ek is bewus van die dokument,
I am aware of the document.
Ewe ndinolwazi ke ngolu xwebhu.
Do you know the circumstances leading up to the reintroduction of the use of rubber?
Uyazi izizathu ezenza into yoba le nto yokusetyenziswa kwembumbulu zerabha iphinde ibuyiswe kwakhona?
Voorsitter, soos ek dit het, was die op daardie stadium die waarnemende nasionale kommissaris.
As I have it, Mr. Chairperson, at that time there was the acting national commissioner.
Njengoba nivile into yoba kwakukho uNational Commissioner wayebambela ngelo xesha.
Was daar gesprek tussen homself en generaal Mawela, wie die
There was a discussion between him and General Mawela,
Kwabakho ingxoxo phakathi kwakho noGeneral Mawela,
wie die afdelingskommissaris vir operasionele reaksiedienste is.
the operational commander for the reaction unit.
lo Operational Commander we-Reaction Unit.
En daar was gemeld dat daar verskeie negatiewe publisiteit is as gevolg van beserings wat opgedoen is.
There was mentioned that there was a lot of negative publicity as a result of the use of these rubber bullets.
Kukho into ezazipapashwa ke kuthethwa ngakubi ngokusetyenziswa kwezimbumbulu zerabha.
En dat die beserings as gevolg van die beweerde gebruik van die rubber was deur lede van openbare orde polisieering.
And the result of these injuries caused by rubber bullets was the use of by the use of the public order policing.
Kuba babesebenza ke ngoku ezo mbumbulu zerabha zazonzakalisa yayingabe pop.
Ek het dit verstaan dat dit 'n onttrekking was, 'n tydelike onttrekking van die gebruik van rubber.
I understood it to be a temporary withdrawal of the use of this rubber
Ndaqonda
bullets.
uba ke ngoku ukungasetyenziswa kwezimbumbulu zerabha zarhoxiswa kwenzeka uxeshana nje.
Aangesien dit gebleik het dat die lede van openbare orde in die gevalle te vinnig oorgegaan het na die gebruik van rubber en dit nie gebruik het as 'n laaste uitweg nie.
Because of the public order policing resorting to the use of these rubber bullets rather too fast, not as a last resort.
Bayisebenzise ke ngoku kodwa ingabi si into yokugqibela, inyathelo lokugqibela.
Maar ook dat tydens die gebruik dat dit noodwendig korrek aangewend word soos wat die lede opgelei is nie.
And also that in using this kind of ammunition, it was not in according to the members' training.
Nendlela babesebenza ngalo ke ezimbumbulu ezi babengahambi ngalendlela babeqeqeshwe ngayo.
Daar was in daai tydperk moes daar gekyk word sodat daar kan 'n opdrag uitgaan om die mense weer te herinner aan die korrekte gebruik van rubber en die omstandighede waaronder dit gebruik kan word.
It was then envisaged that during this time there would be they would look into this and train the members in the use of this.
Kuthiwa izawukijongisiswe le nto baphinde baqeqeshwe kwakhona, aqeqeshwe kwakhona amalungu kuba akwazi ukuzisebenzisa.
Wat ek verder verneem het is dat daar 'n raadpleging was in terme van ballistiese kundiges.
I also understood there was a consultation with the people with ballistic knowledge.
Ndiyaqonda uba kwabakho indibano eyabakho ke badibene nabantu abanolwazi ngemipu.
Om te kyk wat die effek van rubber is in terme van die gebruik daarvan.
To look into what the effects of the rubber is in the use thereof.
Ukubona into yokubana ingadala ntoni irabha le xa isetyenziswa.
En die waarskynlikheid van ernstige beserings tydens die gebruik daarvan.
The possibility of serious injuries if it is so used.
Nokuba ingadala umonakalo omkhulu xa isetyenziswa.
Daar was ook verwag van die openbare orde eenhede om weer die beginsels van die gebruik van rubber onder hulle lede se aandag te bring.
It was also an expectation, the command of these people to re-educate their people about the use of these rubbers.
Into eyayilindelwe kakhona into yokuba baphinde ke ngoku aba babafundise abanye amapolisa uba zisetyenziswa njani ezimbumbulu zerabha.
Soos ek verneem, die bevinding was dat as die rubber reg aangebruik word deurdat mense dit vuur 'n afstand voor, so dit rig 'n afstand voor die skare sodat dit dan kan basies hop met 'n skip fire, we refer to it as skip fire, voordat die persoon so nie direk gevuur word nie.
As I understood, it was envisaged that the use of this would be in such a manner that it would first have to be shot at a particular place where it would touch the ground before reaching the person and not to be shot direct at the person.
Into endiyiqondayo into yokuba indlela abayifundiswa ngayo into yoba xa kudutyulwa umntu kungadutyulwa yena ngqo kodwa kudutyulwe phantsi ukwenzela xa ibethe phantsi ivele ke ngoku yokuchana umntu.
En dat dit dan gerig sou wees op die laer gedeelte van die liggaam
And that it would also be aimed at the lower part of the human body.
Nokuba ke ngoku izawujongiswa umpu apha ezantsi emzimbeni womntu.
en dat daar 'n sekere afstand, ek dink die afstand van 20 meter met min of meer gehou word tussen die
And that a certain distance should be maintained. I think a measurement of 20
ja, ek dink dis
meters.
vermeld in die documents of 20 of 25 meter.
It's mentioned in the document, I think about 20 or 25 meters.
Ndicinga uba ke nomgama lo udubulayo ufuneka ume phakathi kwalo ozamdubula ziimitha eziyi-20 okanye eziyi-25.
20.
In paragraph 3, at the top of the last page, talks about 20 meters.
Ukuthiwa ke ngoku ziimitha ezingamashumi 20.
Dan is die waarskynlikheid van ernstige beserings baie min.
The possibility then of serious injuries would be limited, would be minimal.
Ukuthiwa namathuba ke ngoku awukwenza umonzakalo ke azawuncipha xa kunjalo.
En dan was daar verder verwys dat
Reference was also made to
die stappe van geweld
the stages of violence,
Baphinda bathetha
level of
kakhona ke ngoku
violence,
ngamanqanaba ke ngoku odushe.
en dan was dit weer goedgekeur dat die rubber weer gebruik kan word.
it was then approved that the rubber could then be used again.
Kwaphinda ke ngoku bavuma into yokuba ingaphinda irabha isetyenziswe kakhona.
All right. Can we now go back at least to Potchefstroom just to talk about what happened there culminating in Exhibit L?
Singahamba ke siyothetha ngento yasePotchefstroom ke sibhekisa phaa kula xwebhu lamapolisa Exhibit L.
Kan vaar ek moet voortgaan waar ek gister geëindig het.
Should I proceed from where I ended yesterday?
Ndigqibezela apho ndigqibe khona ndiyeke khona izolo.
Yes, General.
Voorsitter, ek het gister verduidelik hoekom die waterkanon videomateriaal nie beskikbaar was nie.
I explained yesterday because of the unavailability of the material on the water cannons,
Ook die van luitenant-kolonel Botha.
also about that of Colonel Botha.
Nditshilo izolo ndathetha ke ukungabikho kwevideo phaa kwiikanuni ezi zamanzi.
Dan was die videomateriaal wat getoon was wat uit 'n Protea Coin helikopter geneem was.
Then there was the display of the video material that was taken from the Coin helicopter.
Ndithe kukhona video ethathwe phaa kwiProtea Coin helicopter leyo eyadlalwayo.
Dit was nie getoon nie aangesien ons nie bewus was van die video-opname nie.
This was not shown because we were not aware of the existence of that video.
Gqibe zange idlalwe ngoba sesingazi kukho ivideo lolo hlobo.
Ek het eers bewus geword dat daar so 'n opname was, ek dink so min of meer die tweede week van September van 2012.
I only became aware of the existence of such a video, I think, in the second week of September.
Ndiqala uba nolwazi ngevideo lolo hlobo ke ngeveki yesibini apha kuSeptember.
Nadat meneer De Wal my geskakel het van Protea Coin.
After I was phoned by Mr. Duval from Protea Coin.
Emva ndiba ndifonelwe ngumhlekazi uDuval ophaa kwiProtea Coin.
En hy het vir my gesê dat daar so 'n opname beskikbaar is.
Telling me that there was such a video available.
Endixelela uba ikho ivideo lolo hlobo.
En die video-opname is toe beskikbaar gestel.
It was then made available, the video was made available.
Yaye ke yafumaneka yaziswa lo video.
Aan ons regspan en ek verneem dit is ook 'n bewysstuk tot hierdie prosedure.
And our legal team, I take it it's an exhibit in this commission.
Ndicinga uba ke lo video yaba bubungqina apha kule commission.
Dan was daar ook 'n video van 'n kaptein Ryland wat ek verneem wat getoon was en wat 'n bewysstuk is tot hierdie prosedures.
Then there was also a video from Captain Ryland, which I believe is is an exhibit in this commission.
Kukho enye ke ivideo evela phaa kuCaptain Ryland endikholwa into yoba ibe bubungqina nayo apha kule commission.
Dit was ook nie getoon of beskikbaar tydens, ons was ook nie bewus daarvan tydens die Potchefstroom vergadering nie.
It was also not exhibited, and I wasn't aware of its existence during the Potchefstroom event.
Kodwa ke ngeli xesha sasiphaa ePotchefstroom ndandingenalwazi uba kukho ivideo lolo hlobo.
Die proses wat tydens daai aantal dae, ek dink dit was 7 of 9 dae,
The process during those number of days, I think 6, 7, or 9 days,
ek het aangedui dit was vanaf die 27ste tot die 6de September.
I indicated it from the 27th to the 6th of September.
Maar nie die 1ste en die 2de September nie.
Maar nie die tweede.
1ste en die 2de nie.
Not the 1st and the 2nd of September.
Was dat Brigadier van Graan sou dit fasiliteer?
It was to be facilitated by Brigadier van Graan.
Brigadier van Graan nguye ke wafuneka achophele njengoba ndisithi into yoba ke ngokwaqalwa phaa nge-27 zakaSeptember.
Lede sou dan hulle weergawe sou hulle, of die lede, dit was meestal die bevelvoerers sou dan hulle weergawe sou hulle dan gegee het.
The members, not the members, the commanders would then have given their views.
Iikomanda ke zazisezinike imibono yabo.
Vanuit hulle perspektief, en dit sou dan beliggaam word in die narratiewe deur kolonel Visser.
From their perspective, and then it would have been narrated by
Kolonel Visser.
by Colonel Visser.
Ya izawuba indlela bazawuthi bona babone ngayo owayezawuza ke ngoku azoyijengisisa nguColonel Visser.
Terselfde tyd sou Luitenant-kolonel Scott sou hy die foto sou hy dit in PowerPoint formaat sou hy dit geplaas het.
At the same time, Colonel Scott would have made a photo presentation thereof.
No Colonel Scott naye wayezochaza abonise ke ngemifanekiso apho.
Dit behels dat daar deur elke foto gegaan was wat beskikbaar was. Daar was gekyk na die datum en tyd van die foto.
Going through all the photos that were available, the date and the time of the photograph.
Kwakujongwa ke zonke ifoto ezazobakho apho umhla lowo kunye nayo yonke imifanekiso.
En daar was dan foto's gekies wat die beste kon illustreer in terme van wat op sekere fases gebeur het.
Then there were photos that were chosen as the best illustration of what was happening.
Sikhona ke ifoto ezakhethwayo kwathiwa zibonisa kakuhle lento yenzekayo.
Voorsitter, dit was 'n ongelooflike tydterowende proses. Dit het baie lank gevat.
It was quite a crucial time, and a lot was happening, Mr. Chairperson.
Time-consuming. You said it was a long, time-consuming process.
Time-consuming process, and
Uthi yaba into ethatha ixesha kakhulu leyo.
Daar was dan ook wegbreekgroepe wat uit die groter, so almal het in 'n groter saal gesit.
Firstly, everybody was seated in the big hall, and then there were breakaway groups.
En dan was die voorlegging was dit elektronies vertoon.
The presentation was shown electronically.
Ke ngoku kuthiwa kukhona ke ngoku apho kwakuchazwa kuboniswa kwakhona izinto phaa eholweni ngobuqhakalala babo.
En dit het basies begin met die aanloop nog voor die 10de Augustus het dit die speerders sou byvoorbeeld gee, dit is al die sake wat hulle het wat gereflekteer is, wat verwysend is na die Marikana omgewing. Hulle sou daai saaknommers gee, die detail gee.
These were presentations that started long before the 9. The detectives, all the cases they had, the numbers of the cases they were investigating.
Yaqala ke ngoku lento kukhona abaqophi baveza nenombolo ke zamatyala ababe waphanda.
So die tipiese wegbreekgroepe sou byvoorbeeld gewees het 'n groep wat op die 13de bevelvoerders wat betrokke was.
These breakaway groups were composed of the commanders who were present from the 13th.
Typical breakaway group was we added. Typical breakaway group was that which dealt with what happened on the 13th.
Is that so? That is correct. That's correct, Chairperson.
Iqala ke ngoku lalivezwa apho kanye iliqela laliphuma kwabanye ke lento yayisenzeka ngomhla we-13.
En so ook sou daar byvoorbeeld 'n groep gewees het, die groep van kolonel Makobela wat die versperrings uitgesit het.
There was such as the group of Colonel Makubela which was setting the barriers.
Kwakho ke ngoku iqela eli lika Kendall Makhubela elalibeka bona imiqobo.
Dan uit hierdie wegbreekgroepe sou hulle dan teruggekom na die groot groep toe en dan sou hulle terugvoer gegee het.
These breakaway groups would then later come together to the bigger group to make their presentations.
Eli qala ke ukulaba balwa besiza kuqela ababaninzi baphinde ke bachaze kubo.
Ek myself was baie van die tyd was ek nie fisies teenwoordig in die groter saal nie.
I was personally not all the time present in the bigger hall.
Ndandingabikho wonke amaxesha phaa kula holo inkulu.
En so ook nie generaal Mpembe of generaal Naidu nie.
And also General Mpembe and General Naidu.
Naye ke uGeneral Mpembe no General Naidu.
En generaal Mbombo was nie elke dag daar nie. Sy was
General
daar.
Mbombo wasn't there all the days.
Wayengabikho phaa zonke iintsuku naye uGeneral Mbombo.
Ek het in die tydperk wat ek in 'n aparte vertrek gesit het ek begin werk aan my konsepverklaring.
Whilst I was in a separate room, I started working on my concept presentation.
Ke ngoku xa ngexesha lenhleli kwigumbi elithile kulapho ndandisebenza ke ngento enzawuchaza ngazo.
En ons het pertinent waar ons as generale waar ons nie noodwendig die hele tyd betrokke wees nie.
And pertinently as generals, we did not want to be present all the time.
Thina ke njengogeneral sasingafuna uba phaa ngalo lonke ixesha.
Want ons het gevoel dat ons teenwoordigheid potensieel die mense kan inhibeer. Ons het gevoel dat ons teenwoordigheid die mense kan inhibeer.
He felt that their presence might inhibit the others present, others there.
That's right. We felt that our presence would inhibit the other people's.
Sasicinga uba ke sasiqonda into yokuba ukubakho kwethu phaa kuzawuphazamisa abanye abantu babe lapho.
Ons het die klimaat geskep vir die lede om te voorskyn te kom in belang van elke ding wat hulle tot beskikking het, dat hulle kan voorlê.
Wanted to create a climate where everybody would be available, free to say what happened.
Sasifuna kubekho imeko apho abantu bazawukhululeka uba bathethe kuba kwenzeke ntoni na batsho.
En dan het ons van tyd tot tyd ingesit deur die dag sodat ons kan sien hoe daar vordering gemaak is in terme van die voorlegging as ook die narratiewe.
But from time to time we would sit in there to make ourselves aware of what was happening.
Kabanye amaxesha ke ngoku sasinokuba siye phaa sifuna uqonda uba kwenzeka ntoni na.
En die proses was gevolg totdat ons 'n produk gehad het en dis die produk wat u sien.
This process was then followed until a product was produced, the product now before the commission.
Loo nto ke ngoku yenziwa kwade ekugqibeleni kwakubakho olu xwebhu ke sinalo apha kwicommission.
Who was making the inputs that explain the narrative we find in Exhibit L?
Ngobana besenza ke igalelo eleyakhokelela ekubeni ba sifumane zonke izinto eziqulathwe apha kolu xwebhu Exhibit L.
Die bevelvoerders soos betrokke soos wat hulle dit verneem het van hulle onderskeie lede.
The commanders as they received this information from their members.
Ya bazikhomanda ke ekubeni befumene olu lwazi ke kumalungu aphantsi kwabo.
So where slide 283 of Exhibit L, where the second bullet reads, when stage 3 of the operational plan was implemented, the use of live ammunition was never an option, and the use of minimum force, if negotiation was not successful, was the next alternative, where encirclement and dispersion would be executed by using, if necessary, water cannons, stun grenades, tear grenades, and rubber bullets. The unfortunate reality was that the aggression of the crowd left the SAPS with no other choice than to act in private defense, defending their own lives and the lives of others. That would have been as a result of information given by the commanders.
Kuthiwa le nto ibhalwe ngenxa yolwazi olufumaneke phaa kwicommander into yokuba noba ke ngoku le stage 3 lona wesicwangciso wayenziwe ukusebenzisa ke ngokwembumbulu zentsimbi yayizange ibe into kwakuthiwe iza kwenziwa leyo nokusebenzisa amandla phansi ukuba ke ngoku ukuthethathethana kwakungazange kuphumelele yiyo into eyiza kwenzeka apho ke kwakuzorhanqwa khona baphinde bahlakazwe abantu kuba kwakufuneka nokusetyenziswa kwekanuni zamanzi i-stun grenades kunye nezintyizisi nembumbulu zerabha into yabayinyani kodwa yabalilishwa yaba ke kukubandlongondlongo ke kwesihlwele esi kwaye ke ngoku kwafumaniseka into bamapolisa babengenakwazi ukwenza ngandlela ngakumbi kwenza ngakumbi kodwa kwafuneka benze bathatha inyathelo lokuzikhusela kwaye bakhusele ubomi babanye babo.
Die informasie is so gereflekteer soos dit oorgedra was deur die onderskeie bevelvoerders, dis korrek.
The information was carried over as it was brought by the people.
Lo myalezo wagqithiswa njengoba wakuvela ke ebantwini.
Do you know specifically who would have been the author of that statement?
Uyazi ba ngubani kanye wabhala ke le ntetho le statement?
Commissaris, dit is 'n samevatting van verskeie insette wat gelewer is.
Commissioner, this is a combination of quite a lot of inputs that were brought in.
Lento ibhalwa apha yayivela kulwazi kwanye into ezazithethwa ngabantu abaninzi.
En so verwoord ek aanvaar deur kolonel Visser wie die narratiewe saamgestel het.
I take it that the person who combined the whole thing were narrated it was
Visser.
Visser.
Ndicimba ke umuntu owabhala yonke lento yayithethwa yayingu Visser.
General, may we now tap on your police experience?
Asithethe ke ngamava wakho apha ebupoliseni.
There are various criticisms leveled at how the South African police executed the operation in Marikana. I want us to go through those, starting with Exhibit WW2, which would be the statement of Mr. White.
Ke ngoku baninzi abantu abagxeka indlela amapolisa athe enza ngayo phaya ngokuyenza zawuqala sikobunye ubungqina ke ngoku ba WW2 intetho yenziwe ngumhlekezi uGary White.
Chairperson, before Mr. Semenya.
Sorry, yes, Mr. Msimanga, I see you turned your machine on. What do you want to tell us?
Thanks, Chairperson. Before Mr. Semenya goes on, I want to make an inquiry about what is the probative value of the evidence that is being led by the witness, because he's been taken through Exhibit L, and at some instances he comments as an expert because we all know that he was not there. So, you know, as it happened, exactly, as it happened with Mkwanazi, Brigadier Major Mkwanazi, what happened is that during the course of his examination, there was question whether he is an expert. He's been called by the SAPS as an expert or not. So, I mean, the current witness has been taken through certain things to say, going through this line, is it proper or what? What is he here as an expert? Particularly when he talks on things that he was not present when they happened.
Let's ask Mr. Semenya. Mr. Semenya, am I correct in thinking that you now propose to lead what would amount to expert evidence from this witness?
No, I'm just trying to get...
If you're going to comment on criticisms, and he's commenting about criticisms made by things that happened when he wasn't there, then he would presumably, I'm not suggesting he can't do it, but he would be doing it wearing an expert's hat rather than giving direct evidence based on his own knowledge. Isn't that right?
It would be the opinion expressed by the witness given his 30 years experience as a police officer.
That would make him an expert. He'd be entitled to express opinions based on his experience, but he would be doing so as an expert witness. That's the only point that's raised, and I think you have to concede that he's giving evidence on he's going to give evidence on what follows as an expert.
Indeed, Chair.
Yes. All right.
Given his 30-year experience as a police officer.
So on that issue,
yes, Mr. Sorry, let's finish Mr. Mung first. Mr. Mung, are you finished?
If he's called as an expert, then my learned friend must please not at some stage then say he was not an expert. If he calls him an
he's
expert,
stopped now because we've
Okay.
debated with him. He won't be able to raise that point anymore. Yes, Mr. Berger?
Chair, I want to raise another point, and I'll raise it in due course more thoroughly. If the witness is going to give expert evidence, I would have expected that we should have a summary of that expert evidence in order to be able to prepare cross-examination on it. We won't have that benefit. We'll have to cross-examine cold on expert evidence, which must have been available to the SAPs for a long period of time, certainly since they've read Mr. White's evidence. I've also listened to the evidence on Potchefstroom. It's the first time that I heard what happened at Potchefstroom. We've had 20 witnesses' statements by the police. We have, for the first time today, heard what happened at Potchefstroom, but the rather haphazard version of Colonel Botha earlier. So all I'm saying is that the ideal for going forward is for witnesses to give us fuller statements so that we can hopefully cut down on the length of the evidence in chief, and secondly, prepare those people who have to ask questions to ask more pertinently and shorter in their cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Berger. What do you say about this, Mr. Semenya? I understood the idea was that the evidence in chief would be covered by statements, affidavits in fact, which would be exchanged between the parties beforehand in order to try to cut down the length of what is becoming an inordinately long commission. There are a number of aspects which I presume will be touched on later, but certainly this isn't an ideal way of proceeding, is it? You've had Mr. White's statement in your possession for a long time. I must confess, I assumed that Mr. De Rovo was going to be the person who was going to answer it. I didn't realize until late yesterday afternoon that you proposed leading this witness on aspects not covered in the statement that was given, but which deal with what Mr. White says. Is that a fair way of proceeding, which helps us to get to grips with the issues crisply in a focused way?
Chair, the concern expressed by my learned colleague Berger is correct, but the circumstances explaining it are also there. When we commenced with the commission immediately after the events happened, we were enjoined by the evidence leaders to make statements available as and when we can, and we did with the timelines. Beyond that point, there are a whole host of things that have happened, including the production of documents such as that of Mr. White, which necessitate us to respond to the issues that were raised in cross-examinations. Otherwise, we'd have to do supplementary statements after each and every witness has been examined. I regret the inconvenience this is occasioning, but in some instances it was simply inescapable. And to that which we take blame, we take blame.
Into bekutheteka ke ngoku into yokubana xa izobuzwa ngestatement saka Gary White bafuna ukumenza ingqina eliyincutshe nangoba xa kunjalo kutsho uthetha into yokuba ke wayizoba lingqina nje elingqinayo kodwa uzawubonisa into yoba lincutshe xa izophendula ngezinto ezibhalwe kwistatement saka Gary apho agxeka izenzo zamapolisa ezenzeka phaa eMarikana.
Chair.
Sorry, you want to say something further before I call on the evidence leaders?
I was going to say, perhaps to accommodate Mr. Msimang, may he just wait for the questions that are put to see whether the witness would be competent to answer to those questions.
Yes, I don't think that there's, I mustn't anticipate anything, but I don't think it can be argued that this witness, regard being had to his experience, which should perhaps have been set out in a CV and handed in and just confirmed, rather dealt with at length. But in view of what we know about his CV, I would be very surprised if it could be argued that he's not an expert as defined in the cases that deal with experts. So, but Mr. Berger's point is a point of more substance. So I'd like to find out what the evidence leaders say about that. And before we carry on further, Mr. Madlanga or Mr. Butler, which of you wishes to address this point?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, much as one appreciates what my learned colleague Mr. Berger says, one also understands the practical difficulties that Mr. Semenya is referring to. As he says, indeed, as we go along and issues get raised, it might necessitate the perpetual filing of supplementary statements or affidavits, not only by subs, but indeed even by any other witness who might be similarly affected as subs is. So perhaps it's a balancing exercise, and maybe we as evidence leaders and the parties may have to discuss the matter and see whether we are able to reach some acceptable position amongst ourselves.
Of course, it's not as necessarily as stark as that. I wouldn't imagine you need to have a running commentary of expert statements or extra statements, never mind expert statements, extra statements after every witness has testified. But I would have thought at least before the moment arrives for a particular witness to testify, that we in the Commission should be in possession of a document setting out a summary of what the witness is going to say in chief. So that, and that could have been done in this case, as far as I can see. I can't think of any excuse why it wasn't done. And certainly for the future, I would expect it to be done. But that doesn't help us in relation to the existing situation, in relation to this witness. Have you any suggestions as to what can be done about that? From a practical point of view. One doesn't want to lose time, but I'd be grateful if you could give us the benefit of your input on this aspect.
Senior counsel uMadlanga into yoba uyabuqonda ubunzima abhekene nabo senior counsel uSimenya.
Yes. The problem is on the expert issues, because some of the issues, as Mr. Semenya says, may arise as we go along and only at a stage when a witness is being cross-examined. And it's not the sort of thing that one would have anticipated long beforehand. So rather than, may I continue, Mr. Chairman?
I want to raise a question with you about what you just said before you continue. I'm not sure that I understand you. Obviously, you can't deal with something that's going to be done in what's going to be said by a witness in cross-examination when you are leading his evidence in chief.
I'm talking about witnesses that are still to come,
yes,
Mr. Chairman.
Right, okay.
I'm talking, yes. I certainly can't, I'm not talking about anticipating for the witness who's already being cross-examined. I'm saying you may want to deal with that when you are calling subsequent witnesses. So it's there that I say it may then necessitate supplementary documents. And all I'm saying now is that rather than off the top of my head to try come up with solutions, perhaps it's best for us as evidence leaders and the parties to discuss the issues and see how best to take the matter forward.
Indazana ke ngoku senior counsel uMadlanga into yoba wonke amaqela ke funeka adibane ke ngoku badibanisa amathambo engqondo bake bahlale phansi bacinga uba le meko lena okanye le ngxaki lenyewe bangayisombulula njani na.
It's now going on for 20 to 11. I think, if I may say so, there's merit in what Mr. Madlanga has said. I haven't given Mr. Berger a chance to reply, but he may not wish to reply at this stage in the light of what I'm going to say. I suggest we stand the matter down until we take the tea adjournment now, perhaps until 11:15, give the parties' representatives and the evidence leaders an opportunity to discuss the matter as to how we should proceed. The various possibilities occur to me. The one is for the evidence to be led. It will, of course, be transcribed. And by the time Mr. Berger is called upon to cross-examine, if the evidence leaders have cross-examined already, he will have had time to consider his cross-examination. That's one way of doing it. The other way to do it is to request that a summary be, as it were, prepared of what the witness is going to say before this evidence is led. There may be other ways of dealing with it as well, but isn't that a matter which can sensibly be discussed outside the auditorium by the parties' representatives and the evidence leaders?
Chair, before we stand down, the last thing I want to do is to waste time. And my learned friend, Mr. Madlanga, is very kind to my learned friend, Mr. Semenya. But it's quite incorrect to suggest that this comes as a surprise. There is a very serious, comprehensive expert debate in this case between a Mr. White and a Mr. De Roover. Mr. De Roover speaks for SAPS and Mr. White speaks for the rest of us. That debate has been out in the open. It's been defined in witness statements, and I'm looking forward to that debate. We have this morning, not surprisingly for me, been given a supplementary 29-page statement by Mr. De Roover. He's going to amplify his statement. He's going to deal with that expert debate. What I would like to have guidance on, in anticipation of that debate, are we going to now hear general upon general to run ahead of that debate and give us their views on the expert debate, which we don't know what they are? And I'm very sorry to raise it now because, speaking purely for myself, I've really enjoyed listening to the evidence of this general. It's a delight to listen to a real policeman giving evidence. But are we going to now have police generals commenting without script on an expert debate which is going to take its own time? I would have thought of not. And that's really the guidance I would ask.
I wouldn't be prepared to allow undue repetition on that. If a criticism is put up and answered, the answer is the criticisms are either good or bad. The answers are either good or bad. It's not made better or worse by being repeated ad infinitum and almost ad nauseam by a whole series of witnesses. So I don't propose to allow that. But obviously I have to allow a certain measure of liberty, as it were, to the parties to vent their contentions. I still think, subject to what you say, that Mr. Madlanga is right, that this is a matter which should be discussed among the parties between now and 11:15, and maybe we can work out a sensible way forward. But certainly it would not be desirable to have every general coming and saying, I've heard the criticisms, I don't agree with them for the following reasons, and then he trots out the reasons that have been given by his predecessors. And of course, it would not be sensible for him to trot out conflicting reasons, because that would just lead to chaos on their side as well. But anyway, we won't get there now. We'll now adjourn till 11:15.
I'm
sorry, I've been discourteous. Mr. Bezos,
it's unfortunate that this has happened, but the quickest way forward, with respect, is to allow Mr. Semenya to ask the questions. There are experts, there's Mr. Hendricks, there's Mr. White, and there is the last affidavit. The expert opinions of a person who was part of, if I may use the word, problems that we are facing, is not very likely to outweigh the opinions of independent experts. The easiest way forward is let him express his opinion, and it will be a matter for argument whether they will be taken seriously or not when we have the independent experts giving evidence, so that we can get on without adjournments and supplementary affidavits, and it's not the end of the world if he expresses an opinion.
Mr. Madlanga, do you wish to comment on that?
Let's rather go by what you said earlier, Mr. Chairman. that is the adjournment, and maybe have a brief discussion amongst ourselves.
All right. It's now nearly quarter to 11. I'll make up for it at lunchtime. We'll adjourn now till 11:15.
Sawubuyela khona ngo-11:15 ukuba baze bazoxoxa ngale nto wonke amagqwetha edibanisa amathambo engqondo.
commission is beginning. Masukumen.
Resumes. Mr. Semenya, I understand that you've had discussions with your learned friends and you're able to tell us something about the way forward. That's correct. Sitting in Mr. Bezos' seat.
Indeed, Chair. The agreement, if I state it as one, is that I will put such questions as I deem relevant, and if they trigger an objection, I'll handle the objections. But
rule on the objections, if there are any.
Indeed, Chair.
All right. Okay, thank you. Silence means assent. No one disagrees with your statement of what happened. I understand Ms. Hardy from CALS, who is appearing for, or representing and appearing for, the Human Rights Commission, is that correct? Wishes to say something, is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you, Chair. We would just like to state, although Gary's statement may speak for a lot of parties.
So you're on first name terms with the gentleman, but this is Mr. White, MBE.
Mr. White, yes. Although his statement may speak for a lot of parties here, he is our witness, which means anything that is said, whether it's a factual commentary or anything else on Gary's statement, we would need to take back to him. I understand that we could take a transcript to him. The difficulty being is that he's not always available overnight to be able to comment on that, so then preparation for our cross-examination becomes quite difficult. So we would actually like to put on record, firstly, we would like that summaries are made where commentary will be made by a witness on Gary's statement. It's only fair and reasonable. Number one. And number two, in this instance in particular, if we're going to proceed on the basis that we are, then we would request that, or place on record that we may reserve our right to recall this witness at a later stage if we cannot speak with Gary in the meantime.
Let's deal with the 2 points. You're really dealing with two issues. You're dealing with a broad point of principle, and you're dealing with this particular witness. This particular witness, as I understand it, is going to give evidence now. What he says is going to be transcribed, and you will be able to send that to Mr. White. And I imagine that depending on the order, but if I call on your side to cross-examine him last, you will have ample opportunity, I would think. I hope not too ample, but a reasonable opportunity to prepare to cross-examine him. So I would think that deals with that problem. As far as the other aspect you refer to, I did say before we adjourned that I thought that the ruling initially was that evidence in chief would be covered by the statements that would be given beforehand. Mr. Madlanga pointed out that from a practical point of view, one doesn't have to apply that too strictly. But certainly if a substantive topic is going to be dealt with in chief by a witness, which is not covered by his or her previous statement, then I think in terms of the original ruling, that substantial topic should be covered in a supplementary statement, as in fact it has been done very, very properly by the SAPS in relation to the supplementary statement we received today from Mr. De Roever. So I think that, if I may say so, would also deal with the other problem that you've raised. So if we can now proceed. Is nog steeds onder eet, meneer generaal. Mr. Semenya, you're now going to carry on with your examination in chief.
Thank you, Chair. General, we were to talk about Exhibit WW2, which is the statement of Mr. White, and I wanted us to start on page 25 of that document.
So ndifuna sithethe ngestatement esikamhlekazi White kodwa ke ndifuna siqale pha kuphepha u25.
We've got two sets of numbers on our copies. Is it page 25, which contains paragraph 4.4.3 and following, dealing with inadequate intelligence?
That is indeed.
Yes. Thank you.
That is indeed the paragraph, Chair. Mr. White will say, General, in paragraph 4.4.4 that the intelligence he has seen, provided in the evidence submitted by the SAPS, is brief, general, and often outdated. And to that he adds, if you go to the second sentence, then he says, I would have expected to see considerably more information / intelligence on which to help those planning for the operation to construct their plans. Then he says, this might have included information in relation to the intentions of the protesters, i.e., how long they intended to maintain their protest, details on individual key members of the groups, where the majority of the people who left the copy each evening went, how many remaining on the copy overnight, and who they were, the likely number of firearms, etc.
What's your comment there?
Uyabuzwa ke uthini ngale nto kuthiwa uyayithetha apha yena into yokuba olu lwazi ke luthela ukhutshwa kusona lakubunqanda kwabapolisa awuluphelelanga wenza umzekelo uthi ke benolindela into yokuba ke ngoku kube nolwazi ke ngoku olaneleyo oluzonceda benze isicwangciso into yokuba bakwazi ukucwangcisa kakuhle loo nto bizawuquka ke ngoku ulwazi lokuba bazi into yokubana yintoni injongo yabaqhankqalazi nokuba bafuna uhlala phaa ixesha elingakanani na nokuba bazi ke ngoku abantu bangaphambili phaa amagama abo bangobani na nokuba bayaphi xa besuka phaa ebusuku xa besuka phaa entabeni nokuba bangaphi abantu abasala phaa ubusuku bonke besentabeni na nenani ke lemipu abanazo ucela uba ke ngoku makakaphefumle kuloo nto ithetheka ngolu hlobo.
Voorsitter, van die perspektief van die bevelstruktuur sou ons ook wou baie meer intelligensie en informasie gehad het as wat ons tot ons beskikking gehad het.
From the perspective of we would have liked to have more information than what we received.
Ewe kufuneke sibe nolwazi oluninzi ngaphezu kolu silufumeneyo.
Ek het gister verduidelik hoe dit aan my oorgedra is, hoe moeilik, ontsettend moeilik het was.
I explained yesterday how difficult it was for me to get this information.
Ndichazile izolo uba kubenzima njani kum uba ndizokwazi ukufumana olu lwazi.
Die informante het net eenvoudig nie tevoorskyn gekom nie. Die informante was nie bereid om infiltrasies te doen nie weens die risiko.
The informants were not prepared to come forward. They were not prepared to infiltrate because of the risks involved.
Nongcothoza bebengafuna ukungenela apha ebantwini ngenxa yobungozi obabukho.
Die groepskohesie het dit uiters moeilik gemaak. Ons moet verstaan dat die mense bly saam in hostelle en in informele nedersettings. Hulle is verwyder, 'n klomp van hulle is verwyder van hulle eie families.
We must understand that the people stay together in the informal settlement, that many of them have been removed from their families.
He also added the hostels. He said the people stayed together in the hostels and in the informal settlements.
Hostels and
then there was the rest of the passage
settlements,
rest of the evidence which you interpreted.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Abantu bahlala bonke, abanye bahlala phaa enkomponi, abanye ke bahlala phaa kwindawo leya yokuhlala etyotyombeni.
So dit was beperk, daar's geen twyfel nie. Dit is beperk, maar ons het intensies, ons het 'n geskiedenis gehad in terme van wat gebeur het. Ons het gesien wat gebeur het van die tydperk, veral vanaf die 10de.
It was limited, yes, I admit, but we did everything possible from the 10th.
Ebelwazi ke olungaphelelanga kodwa ke senze unakho kusukela ngomhla we-10.
Was there intelligence available but ignored?
Kukhona ulwazi olufuneka kodwa lungazange luhoywe.
Voorsitter, nee, elke brokkie intelligensie wat ons gehad het, het ons oorweeg, ons het dit bespreek.
No, Mr. Chairperson, every little bit of information from intelligence we had, we used.
Sasebenzisa lonke ulwazi ke saselufumana thina.
Earlier point, obviously this may be controversial, but it appears from the statement that Mr. X made that Mr. Twala, who was killed on the 14th, may well have been some kind of informer, and who was caught or overheard making a mobile telephone report to somebody, which presumably is what led to his death.
No, Chair.
I'm told they also had a lot of money, that was...
I'm on the...
Airtime.
Sorry, a lot of airtime. Sorry, I must get it right. A lot of airtime on his cell phone. Now, if that's true, it's a matter that obviously be the subject of evidence, I take it later. But if there's any truth or substance in those allegations, that would have caused a dramatic limitation on the flow of information after Twala's death. Is that, am I understanding things correctly, or is that something that's not relevant on this point?
Kuthiwa ke ngoku ex lona naye wachaza into yoba umhlekazi uthwala umfuthwala wasweleka phaa wayerhanelwa okanye kwakuthiwa naye ungomnye woncethoza abo enye into wabona yenza phaa wayifakwa i-airtime eninzi ukuba loo nto yinyani ngenye yobangela into yobana bangakwazi ukufumana ulwazi olwaneleyo apho kunjalo.
Voorsitter, sou dit die geval wees en ek het nie die feite nie, dan sou dit uiteraard baie beperkend gewees in terme van verdere informasievloei.
If that was the position, Mr. Chairperson, I don't have that information, then it would have definitely caused these limitations.
Nangona ke ndingenalwazi njalo ke ukuba kunjalo kodwa ke yayizokwenza ukuba amathuba okufumana ulwazi anciphe kakhulu.
Voorzitter, ek net verder meld dat dit was nie 'n kwessie van dat ons nie hulpbronne in die veld ingestoot het om vir ons informasie te gee nie.
I must also mention, Mr. Chairperson, that it's not that we did not send people into the field to gather information.
Uthi manditsho into yoba thetha into yoba loo nto akhobanisa sibathumele phaa ethafeni ukuba bayosifumanela ulwazi ke.
Ons het 'n kombinasie van intelligensieversamelaars en analiseerders gehad.
We had a combination of people gathering information and people analyzing it.
Sasinabantu ke bayofuna ulwazi olo nabo ke babephonononga.
Daar was op 'n stadium was daar iets soos 12 misdaadintelligensielede en dan nog addisionele 6 van die Gauteng operasionele koördineringsentrum.
At one time we had 12 members of the intelligence and 6 from Gauteng who were gathering this information.
Kwelinye ixesha siye nabalungu besinabalungu ayi-12 ke nabayi-6 baseGauteng babeza ke nolo lwazi.
En dan het ons ook die aantal speurders gehad en dan ook informasie.
We also had a number of detectives and information.
Saba nabacuphi abaninzi ke kunye nolwazi.
Informasie en terugvoer soos dit beskikbaar was deur die verteenwoordiger van Lonmin Mine.
Information that was being given back by the representatives of Lonmin Mines.
Ulwazi ke lalusizwa kuthi kakhona ngaba babemele imgadi lo weLonmin.
If we go to page 26, against paragraph 4.4.5, there Mr. White will say, in relation to stage 5, that in quotes, intelligence-led follow-up operations to arrest at places of residence, close quotes, he will say it is not apparent that any such intelligence was gathered to support this part of the plan. You remember that is the plan in relation to stage 5 of the operation.
Sakhumbula ke ukuplan ekuthethwa ngayo ke phaa ku stage 5 into yokuba ucimba zange kufunyanwe ke ulwazi olwaneleyo ukuba bazakwazi ukuba bazokwenza isicwangciso sabo.
What is your comment in relation to that criticism?
Ngendlela agxeka ngayo wena uphefumla uthini kule nto ayithethayo?
Voorsitter, dit was inderdaad die fase 5 van ons beplanning.
It was indeed phase 5 of our operation, Mr. Chairperson.
Webisigaba sesihlanu ke apha ku-operation yethu esi.
Maar dit was ook deurlopend het ons span taktiese persone beskikbaar gehad veral in die nagte. Taktiese.
But continuously we had a span of tactical people throughout the night.
Kodwa ke saqhubeka sinabantu ke ubusuku bonke babesenza umsebenzi obuchule apho.
Pertinent vanaf maandag die 13de se nag.
Pertinently from the night of the 13th.
Ingakhomba ukuqala ngaloba busuku bange 13
sodat ons kan reageer sou daar enige inligting deurkom van het sy dit die speurders of intelligensie is.
So that we could react from any information given to us either by them or by the detectives.
Ukwenzela into basikwazi ukuthatha amanyathelo ngolwazi sazalufumana ezobeluvela ke kumacuphi na kwaba abanye abo.
Fase 5 is pertinent geplaas na die fase 3 wat ons dan verwag het om arrestasies te maak.
Phase 5 was included only after phase 3.
waye wafakelwa ngena izinga inqanaba elesihlanu emva koba kufakelwa lesithathu.
Expected to make arrest, after which we expected to make arrest.
Phase 5, yes, was only after we had expected to make arrests.
Wawuzokwenzeka xa emva koba ke usebesilindeleke apho ke ukuba sikwazi ukubamba.
En dit was vir ons kardinaal, want uit hierdie arrestasies uit tydens die ondervraging kon ons sekerlik informasie gekry het.
That was our cardinal point, because after this arrest, then we could have gleaned the necessary information.
Sasa ke emva koko sikwazi ufumana olwazi ke ukusilfunayo.
En gebaseer op hierdie informasie, en dit is die intelligensie gedrewe operasies waarna ons verwys, sou dan die spanne gereageer het om sodanige arrestasies uit te voer.
It would have been based on this information that the intelligence would have reacted to effect the necessary arrests.
Sasa uxhomekeka kulwazi oluvela kwaba ke ngoba zinhloli basokwazi ukuthi sibambe kakuhle.
If we go to page 27, the opinion deals with the operational plans of 10 to the 13th of August 2012. You will see it against paragraph 4.4.6 there.
Siyabona ke ngapha ke 4.4.6 apho ithetha khona ngesicwangciso esi operation.
Mr. White will say that the strategic aim on those plans provided little useful direction to the police involved in the operation. What's your comment?
Othi ke ukindlela yobuchule ezisetshenziswa ke ukuinike amapolisa indlela encitshisiweyo yento akwakufuneka bayenze pha kule operation.
Voorsitter, u sal deurlopend merk in die betrokke beplanning dat dit baie vaag was, omdat daar nie 'n pertinente gebeurtenis was wat daarvoor beplan was nie. Dit was nie asof dit 'n beplande byeenkoms is wat op 'n sekere tyd gaan plaasvind met ekskuus.
If you could just repeat from the beginning.
Daar's vaar verwysing na spesifieke besonderhede.
There's reference to specific
Vague references to specific events, I think.
Vague.
Far vague.
Yes.
Kuthiwa ke ngukho ezinto kuthethwa ngazo apha ezinye zingamampunge.
Omdat dit nie 'n pertinente beplande gebeurtenis was.
Because it wasn't a pertinently planned operation.
Hayi operation ekuthiwa iyayi kwenziwe vele kwacwangciswa nje ngayo.
Soos in die geval wat ons 'n vooraf goedgekeurde byeenkoms moet polisieer nie.
Soos voorheen beplan.
As if we would have planned for a previously approved.
Or as if we would have planned for a previously approved plan with the police.
Yaba ibe ngathi ngokusenze ngesicwangciso sasikokuvunyelwana ngaso ngaphambili ke senziwa ngamapolisa.
En so 'n plan sou baie direkte besonderhede gekry het.
And such a plan would have had a direct planned. Would have been directly planned.
Particulars, I think, is the word you're looking for. For such a plan, we'd have had specific particulars. I think besonderhede is what he said.
That's correct, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Kuzoba nendlela ethile ke wenza ngayo isicwangciso ke ku plan enjalo.
Jy sou byvoorbeeld sonder om te veel detail in te gaan, sou jy die presiese of 'n goeie aanduiding van die aantal protesteerders gehad het.
Without getting into particular, we would have had a particular number of protesters.
Sizawuba nenani lethile ke labaqhankqalazi.
Jy sou tye en roetes gehad het.
There would have been times and routes.
Kuzoba namaxesha kwakunye nendlela.
En hierdie beplanning het gedeel met 'n vloeibare situasie.
This plan had to do with a fluid situation.
Ba isebenze esicwangciso kwimeko ethile.
En gevolglik het hulle dit bygevoeg dat dit 'n gebeurlikheidsbeplanning is.
Just now. If I could have. It was a contingency plan.
IBC sicwangciso eso ke.
Dit is my kommentaar op die punt, voorsitter.
That's my comment on this.
Indlela endiphefumula ngayo ke kule nto ibhalwe apha.
There are a number of criticisms also made in relation to the plans up to the 13th, and those we will
perhaps more pointedly deal with when the evidence of the other witnesses come. But can I invite you to elements Mr. White will deal with while you were in Marikana, and invite you to look at page 30, paragraph 4.4.15.
Cela ke siye pha kuyiphepha u30 ngesicwangciso into ezenzeka ngexesha nelipha eMarikana pha ku 4.4.15.
There Mr. White appears to query the appropriateness of the appointment of Lieutenant Colonel Scott, and says there, I first query the decision to select Lieutenant Colonel Scott as the appropriate officer to control the planning process. As a matter of fact, is this what Lieutenant Colonel Scott was doing?
Uthi ke ndiqale ke ngundaba nengxaki ngalento yesigqibo sokuba kutyunjwe uLieutenant Colonel Scott ba ube umuntu ofanelekile kuba azolawula ke ngoku ukwenziwa kwesicwangciso. Into endibuzayo ba nguye na umuntu na owayesenza lonto leyo phayana na isicwangciso.
Voorsitter, verseker nie beheer nie, maar koördineer.
Mr. Chairperson, not control but coordinating.
Wayengakuba uyalawula kodwa wayeyongamele.
En daardeur sê ek nie hy het nie insette gehad nie. Daar was insette gewees van almal wat in die
I'm not, by so saying, did not have any inputs. There were inputs by everybody.
Andithi ke ngizange benagalelo kuba wayengabantu abaninzi ke ababanagalelo apho.
Wat teenwoordig was in die gesamentlike operasionele koördineringskomitee vergaderings.
Who were present in the combined coordinating committees.
Apho ke ngoku bonke babe khona kulo committee yayilapho badibene ngamxhelo omnye.
And the appropriateness or otherwise of Lieutenant Colonel Scott to coordinate?
Ke ngoku ukufaneleka kokuba yena akhokele apho uColonel Scott ufanele kwalonto leyo.
Voorsitter, soos ek vermeld het gister en ek sal herhaal.
As I mentioned yesterday, Mr. Chairperson, I would repeat.
Njengoba benditshilo izolo ke ndiyawuphinda kwakhona.
Dat Colonel Scott se vermoë om multidissipline planne saam te stel.
That Colonel Scott's ability to compile multidisciplinary plans, his ability to compile multidisciplinary plans.
Xa nizothetha ngesakhono sakhe sokuba azokwazi ukwenza ke kumqulu wezicwangciso.
Is wel bekend in die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisiediens.
He is well known in the South African Police Services.
Into ezwa kakhulu ke ngokupha eSouth African Police Service leyo.
Nie net was hy op die beplanningskomitee van die sokker wêreldbeker nie.
Not only was he on the World Cup soccer tournament.
Wayengathathi inxaxheba nje pha kwi umdlalo lona womhlaba wesoka.
Maar was ook 'n integrale deel van die beplanning vir die COP17.
But he was also he was in the integral planning of COP17.
Waye khona ngokuthola isicwangciso ke ngoCOP17.
En sy vermoë was ook al
I think we've had this before, but as the witness said, he mentioned it yesterday. I don't know if he has to repeat it, but unless there's a particular reason why you want to raise this at this point.
Babesivile ngayo lento izolo beyithethile.
If there are elements to which you had made reference, we need not repeat them, General, necessarily. As you go to the last sentence of paragraph 4.4.15, there, Mr. White will say, as far as I have been able to see from the evidence, there was little or no contribution to the plan from POP commanders. Is that factually correct?
Inyani noba isithi yena uzawuthi xa efika apha xa ejonga ubungqina bonke akho galelo lenziwayo ke kwesicwangciso ziikhomanda ezi zePOP.
Dit is verseker nie so nie, voorsitter.
Certainly not so, Mr. Chairperson.
Qinisekile injalo lonto leyo.
And you have told us who the commanders with POP experience were. that were involved in the drafting of the plan.
xelele noba ke ngoku ngobani ke ngoku iinkomanda ezi zepop ezazithatha inxaxheba ezinamava ngeli xesha kwakusenziwa isicwangciso.
Ek het van die bevelvoerders aangedui, dit was nie beperk net tot hulle insette nie, maar pertinent.
I mentioned that this was not only limited to the commanders, but
Commanders that I've mentioned.
that I mentioned, not only limited to the commanders that I had mentioned.
Ndithe ke le nto yayingenziwa qha ngezi nkomanda ke ndizichazileyo.
Were there other POP experience inputs also made over and above those that you referred to yesterday?
Ngaphandle kwaba ubakhankanyileyo izolo kukho abanye bepops ke abangaphezulu abethe bona baba negalelo nabo.
Voorsitter, die aard van die gesamentlike of makliker verwysing na die JOCOM vergadering, ek dink is meer bekend.
The nature of the JOCOM, as it is better known.
Into apha eJOCOM ke ngendlela ke engcono ile yaziwa ngayo.
Het behels dat al die bevelvoerders teenwoordig geleentheid gehad om kommentaar te lewer soos wat dit
involved that every commander who was available to add knowledge information.
Kwaquka ke ngoku zonke iinkombanda ezazilapha into abanabo baze babe negalelo baze nolwazi abanalo.
Ons het so wat 18 openbare orde polisieering bevelvoerders gehad wat direk nog steeds betrokke was by openbare orde.
We had in the region of 18 commanders of the POP who were in charge of the operations.
Commander ke uze POP ezabapha ke nabo bepha kula operation babelishumi elinesibhozo inani.
En hulle het ook dan uiteraard die geleentheid gehad om kommentaar te lewer of insette te gee.
And in the nature of things, they also had the privilege of giving the necessary information.
Nabo baye bafumana nethuba lokuba babele babe ngolwazi lwabo.
Against paragraph 4.4.16 on the same page 30, Mr. White will say that there appears to have been little or no challenge by senior colleagues to the plan that was produced, as he says, by Lieutenant Scott.
Uthi ke apha into ebonakalayo pha into ba kwabakho umcelingeni okanye zange abekho umcelingeni owenziwa ngaba bona banezikhundla eziphezulu besenza ke kwesi sicwangciso ezisenziwe nguLieutenant Scott.
Is that factually accurate?
Injalo lonto?
Dit is verseker nie akkuraat nie, nee, meneer die voorsitter.
It's definitely not accurate, Mr. Chairperson.
Injalo lonto leyo.
And you have already told us how that plan was compiled by the various elements in the JOC.
Uye wasixelela into ba ke ngoku isicwangciso senze siye senzwa njani na ngabo babe lapho ku-JOC.
Voorsitter, ek wil net graag byvoeg.
Mr. Chairperson, I just want to add
Ikona nje into endifuna uyongeza
dat die feit dat iets nie vermeld is in hierdie plan nie,
the fact that something is not mentioned in the plan
beteken nie dat dit nie bespreek was en oorweeg was nie.
does not necessarily mean that it wasn't discussed.
ukuba akuthethi into ba into ngenxa into bingabhalwanga okanye ikhankanyanga kuplan ayithethi loo nto bana khange kuxoxwe okanye kuthethwe ngayo.
Ons het die plan die hele tyd onder die loep geneem.
We had the plan all the time under the loop.
Sahlala sijongile ke ngosisicwangciso lonke ixesha.
Dis belangrik dat ek verduidelik dat as ons 'n gebeurtenis het,
It's important that I mention that if you have something happening, an occurrence,
kubalekile into ba ndithi xa into isenzeka
en daar's reeds 'n beplanning gedoen vir die gebeurtenis.
and there is a plan prepared for that,
kukho isicwangciso ke isilungiselelo loo nto leyo.
Gaan ons nie elke keer en as daar nuwe inligting kom of 'n bespreking en dan gaan stel ons 'n aanhangsel tot die beplanning.
we will not then, if every time we receive information, go back and make an addition.
Asinawuthi lonke ixesha xa sifumana ulwazi ke usimane
an
siyokungeza apha
attachment to the plan.
siyokungeza phaa kwesa sicwangciso.
Dis is hoekom ons die JOCOM het, want dit is 'n
That is why we had the JOCOM.
Yiloo nto sasineJOCOM nje.
in die geval is dit 'n aktiewe protesaksie.
In this case, it was an active protest action
Apha ke kumeko yayiluqhankqalazo olwaluqhubekeka lolukho
met deurlopende veranderlikes.
with which had changes taking place.
Changes, I think.
Which continues having changes.
Utshintsho olalukho luqhubekeka apho.
Was there debate around the appropriateness of the plan in the JOCOM, as a matter of fact?
Nike na thetha ke phaa kuJOCOM ngokufaneleka okanye ukulunga kwesi sicwangciso.
Die finale plan was so goedgekeur, maar daar was debatte gewees wat aanleiding gegee het.
Was approved in that way, but there were debates.
Ke isicwangciso sokugqibela ke ngoku senziwa kodwa kwabakho ingxoxo ezibanjwayo.
Tot die goedkeuring van die finale plan soos ons hom nou ken.
About the final, the decision that was made as the final plan as it appears today.
Ngesigqibo esathathwayo kwakwenziwa isicwangciso sokugqibela njengoba kubonakala kunjalo namhlanje.
By way of illustration, are you able to tell us what was debated and considered?
Ungasixelela into yoba yinto le yayixoxwa apho baphinda banika ntoni ingqwalasela kakhona?
In broad terms.
Ngendlela ke ebanzi.
Voorsitter, ek dink ek kan verwys na 2 pertinente besprekings.
Chairperson, I think I can refer to 2 pertinent discussions.
Ndingabhekisa kwiingxoxo ke ezahlukeneyo ezimbini.
Die een was gewees die nag van die 13de, so die oggend van die 14de.
The one was on the night of the 13th to the morning of the 14th.
Enye ke yaba ngobusuku nge-13 kwakunye nangentsasa yange-14.
Waar daar waargeneem was dat daar 'n klein groepering van persone op die koppie was.
Where it was observed that there was a small grouping of people on the copy.
Apho kwabonwa ukuba kwakho iqela labantu abambalwa phaa entabeni.
En daar was vier opgemerk. Fire, ja.
And there it was observed that there was fire that was lit there.
Kwabonakala into yoba ke ngoku kubaswe nomlilo phaya.
En daar was bespreking geweest of dit gepas sou wees om te gaan en daai persone te sou gaan arresteer.
There was a discussion that took place whether it would be appropriate for those people to be arrested.
Kwabakho kwangenongxoxo ukuba izoba into efanelekileyo into yoba aba bantu abo babanjwe na.
Daar was 'n ander geval wat dit oorweeg was en wat ons gekyk het na die moontlikheid.
There were times when this was considered and we looked at other possibilities.
Kukhona into ke uyacingisela into ke sacinga ngezinye izinto ebezinokwenzeka.
Om te kyk of voordat die protesteerders die dag vergader op die koppie, die groot koppie.
That it was looked at whether it would not be appropriate for this to be done before the protesters gather on the copy. During the day, yes.
Lento binokwenzeka phaa emini xa bedibene phaa kulaa ntaba inkulu na.
Dat ons 'n kordon reg om die koppie gaan gooi met lemmetjiesdraad.
That we cordon the mountain with a barbed wire.
Ukuba ke sirhanqe ke ngoku intaba ngecingo oluhlabayo.
En na bespreking was dit verwerp as dit net 'n sinnelose aksie sou wees.
That was rejected as something that was senseless. That was senseless action.
Lonto leyo zange ithathelwe ngqalelo njengesenzo ke esinto engenasihlahla.
If we go to page 32, paragraph 4.4.20.
Sorry, before you go there, Mr. Semenya, the specific criticism is that these challenges or these discussions or debates about the plan are not mentioned in the minutes. Do you know about that?
Kuthiwa ke ngoku apho bekubhalwa khona ke ngoku zezinto kuthiwa bezimcelingeni akuthethwanga azikhankanywanga zona.
Commissaris, dit is so. Ek sal eers wees wat erken dat ons nie omvattende en behoorlike rekordhouding gedoen het nie.
I admit that, Chairperson. I must admit that we did not keep a very precise and in-depth record of those discussions.
Ndiyayivuma into yokuba ke ngoku zonke izinto sasizixoxa ke zange siye sibhale ngazo.
As ek net kan meld, ons het buite JOCOM vergaderings.
Could mention we had meetings outside the JOCOM.
Sasibamba intlanganiso ngaphandle ke kwi-JOCOM.
So die GOS verteenwoordigers wat agtergebly het want daar's 'n deurlopende verteenwoordiging van die verskeie eenhede.
I'm not quite sure of this, Mr. Chairperson.
The outside of the JOCOM meetings, we had JOC representatives that would represent the various disciplines.
That was it. Outside the JOCOM meetings, would have various representatives that would represent the JOCOM
disciplines. They would represent the various disciplines.
Apha ngaphandle kwejob sasinabo amaqela ahlukeneyo ke ngoku babemele ke ngoku amaqela ahlukeneyo.
En dat daar ook besprekings was, so dit was ons het dit gesit en bespreek een op een en nie noodwendig neergeskryf nie.
There were then such discussions where we were discussing one-on-one, where no record was kept of those discussions.
Amaxesha apho sasibambe ingxoxo apho into esazithetha zazingabhalwa phantsi.
Landman meneer Sinclair sal kan bevestig op stadium het ek vir hulle gevra wat is die beskikbaarheid van doringdraad?
Mr. Sinclair from Longman would confirm that at one stage I asked him what the effect would be of availability.
He asked Mr. Sinclair of Longman what the availability was of barbed wire.
Wayebuze umhlekazi Sinclair ngokubakho ke ngoku
That is correct, yes.
Cingo elihlabayo.
Sodat as ons so 'n opsie oorweeg dat ons weet ons het die nodige hulpbronne tot ons beskikking.
This was so that if we make such a decision to know that we have the availability of this barbed wire.
Sokubuza ukuba kuzokuthi noba sithatha isigqibo esinjalo lecingo elihlabayo ke ngoku lizobe likhona.
Earlier you said that the idea of cordoning off the entire copy would be senseless. Can you explain why that view was held?
Kutheni ke ngoku kwakuthiwa ukurhanqa intaba yonke lo yayizoba into leyo engenasihlahla?
Voorsitter, ek dink eerstens en die belangrikste is dat dit nie in die gees van onderhandeling is nie.
First of all, Mr. Chairperson, it would not have been in the spirit of negotiation.
Kokuqala lonto yayingazobonisa okanye kwenza ukuba uthethathethwano luqhubekeke.
Dan die topografie van die omgewing was sodanig
and the topography of this place was such
en bume bendawo indlela yayime ngayo
dat die groep net elders bymekaar kan kom.
That the group could have gone to meet somewhere else.
Ngoba iqela lizahamba liyokuma kwenye indawo dibana kwenye indawo.
So beteken dit dat ek moes addisionele hulpbronne na hierdie gebied dan moet bestuur.
It would then have necessitated sending additional help to this place.
Lonto yayizawunyanzelisa into yobana kusiyofuna uncedo kongeza ke ngoku inani labantu apho.
Om dan in die nag byvoorbeeld of dan deur die dag ook dat ons die bates beskerm wat ons dan daar ontplooi het. That we will then have to commit additional resources to protect the assets.
And that we would then had to have additional personnel to protect these assets.
Kwakuzofuneka ukube sina abantu abaneleyo ukwazi ukuthi bazokhusela izinto ixhobo zosebenza ebusuku nasemini.
En dan die kopie het homself voorgedoen as eintlik 'n ideale gebied.
The copy presented itself as the ideal place.
Kopie yaba indawo ethile ke yona ikhethekileyo indlela yiyo.
Aangesien ons 'n afstand gehad het tussen persone wat nie wil betrokke wees nie, so daar was 'n duidelik, dit was een kant van die woonbuurte.
Because we had a distance between people who did not want to be involved. Their settlement was on the one side.
Ngokuba sasinomgama apho kwakukhona abantu bangafuna uthatha bona inxaxheba kwaye indawo yokuhlala yayikwelinye icala.
Ek het gister gemeld dat dit bitter moeilik is vir die polisie om orde te handhaaf.
I mentioned yesterday that it was difficult for the police to maintain order.
Yaba ingxakile nditshilo izolo into ba yabanzima into amapolisa akwazi ukuba enze uzinzo apho.
As daar ander onskuldige nie betrokke partye is en daar ook ander eiendom is wat potensieel beskadig kan word.
If there were other innocent people or property that could have had the effect of being damaged or injured if action was taken.
Ukuba isenzo kwakuthathwe inyathelo ke ngoku kwakunokwenzeka kuba nabantu ke ngoku abamsulwa abaxhaphazeleka kanye kubekho umonakalo wempahla.
Let's now go to page 32, that paragraph 4.4.19. There, Mr. White will say, were the plan unimpeachable from a POP perspective, then these criticisms may not be particularly significant. However, in my view, the plan contained what I consider to be serious tactical mistakes, which ought to have been identified by those reviewing the plan prior to its approval.
Uthi yena indlela abona ngayo isicwangciso ke ukusasibonisa impazamo ezininzi ke ingakumbi kwinto zobuchule uthi lonto leyo ke ukube kufuneka ibonwe ngabo babe phonononga ke sisicwangciso phambi kwa sizovunyelwa uba maqhutyekeke naso.
The first, he says, the plan was unclear about whether it was a plan to disperse the protesters or a plan to encircle, disarm, and arrest the protesters.
Okokuqala into engacela ngesicwangciso into yokubana kwakuzohlakazwa izihlwele na okanye kwakusisicwangciso sokuba barhanqe nokwenza abantu babeke phantsi izixhobo baze babanjwe na.
What's your comment to that?
Uthini wena kuloo nto ithetheka ngolo hlobo?
Voorsitter, die probleem wat ek met daai stelling het is dat die woord gebruik word of.
The problem I have with that sentence, Ms. Chairperson, is that the word or is being used.
Ingxaki nayo ke ngale nto esisivakalise ngoba kusetyenziswa eligama lithi okanye.
Dit moet eerder 'n en of wees.
It should be an and or and of
And or.
and it should be and stroke or.
Uthi bafuneke bathi kwakunye baphinde bathi okanye.
Want dit was 'n kombinasie van die aktiwiteite soos vermeld.
Because it was a combination of the activities as mentioned.
Ngoba zonke izinto nje bazichaziwe zazidityaniswe zonke njengezenzo ezo.
Gedeeltes van die groep sou uiteengedryf word.
Part of the group would have been dispersed.
Abanye ke apha kwiqela babezawuhlakazwa.
Anders sou op hulle eie uiteengegaan het.
Others would have left on their own.
Abanye babezozihambela.
Party groepe sou op hulle eie uiteengegaan het, maar nie ontwapen het nie.
Some of the groups would have parted without disarming.
Abanye babezawuhamba ke bengabekanga phantsi izixhobo zabo.
En dan sou daar uiteendryf aksie wees van hierdie pertinente groep.
Then there would have been action taken against that involved group.
Ke kwakuzoba inyathelo elithathayo ke kweli qela eli lona lingelinye li.
En die uiteendryf aksie was bedoel gewees teen die groep wat uiteraard dan nog gewapen is.
The action would have then been directed at those who were armed.
Amanyathelo awezawuthathelwa aba ke ngoku baxhobileyo.
Met die doel om hulle te ontwapen.
With the intention to disarm them.
Ngenjongo yokubabekisa phantsi izixhobo.
En te arresteer.
And arrest.
Nokubabamba.
So ek dink dit wys net was gekombineer dat die een gebeur vir die ander om plaas te vind.
It shows how this action was combined, the one linking to the other.
Yabonisa ba lento yayicetywe njani nokuba yenye iza kwenzeka njani emva kwenye.
Then the last sentence to that paragraph, Mr. White will say, given that those with weapons might have numbered in the thousands, this lack of clarity was problematic. Was it anticipated that those to be disarmed would have numbered in thousands?
Uthetha ke ukungale nto kubana ke ngokuba bonakala into ababephethe izixhobo bona babe baninzi ingamawaka lonto le bengaba ingxaki leyo na.
Dit was verseker nie beplanning of die intensie nie, voorsitter.
That was not the planned intention.
Yayingasiyinto leyo eyayicetyiweyo.
As a matter of fact, those who were to be disarmed, did they number in thousands?
Ke ngoku umzekelo abo ke ngoku bathi bathola izixhobo yayingamawaka na abantu.
Daar was twee duidelike groepe gewees.
There were two distinct groups, Mr.
Chairperson. Amabini ahlukeneyo pha.
Daar was 'n groot groep wat sekerlik omtrent 3000 was.
There was a bigger group which numbered more or less 3,000.
Kwakukho iqela elikhulu esingathi babe ngamawaka amathathu.
En dan was daar 'n aparte groep wat sekerlik so wat 400 was.
And then there was a different group which numbered in the region of 400.
Khona abanye ke babeme bucala isingathi bona babe ngamakhulu amane.
En dit is hierdie groep wat pertinent die wapens gedra het.
And this is the group that pertinently carried the weapons.
Lilo ke licela laliphethe izixhobo.
Wat ons beskou het as die sogenaamde uiters gevaarlike wapens.
And those which we regarded as exceptionally dangerous weapons.
Ngabo ke sithe ngendlela ethile ekhethekileyo sathi ngizixhobo ezinobungozi kakhulu ezi.
Maar ons het ook voorsien dat selfs daai kleiner groepie dat daar van die mense vrywillig sal onttrek en hulle wapens neerlê.
But we could also foresee that from the smaller group there could be people that would depart on their own free will.
Into sasibonela ke ngenxa ngaphambili ngoba kwakola xela nabantu abambalwa babekhona nje ababenozihambela bavele bazihambele pha kubo.
So die intensie was op 'n persentasie van hierdie groep.
So the intense focus was on this group.
Konke babegxinisa beqwalasele kakhulu elo qela.
For the record, that paragraph is 4.4.20.
Uyamchazela ke ngoku le ndawo afunde kuyo ipha ku 4.4.20.
The next serious tactical mistake Mr. White will say is against paragraph 4.4.21.
Enye impazamo ke ngoku azawuthetha ngayo ke na umhlekazi White ilibhalwe pha ku 4.4.21.
It reads, secondly, to the extent that it was a plan which required the disarmament and arrest of significant numbers of people, it was inherently high risk.
Uthi ke ngendlela ethile ngenxeba kwesicwangciso senziwe into obana kuzobekwa phansi izixhobo zabantu babanjwe futhi ababe baninzi. Uthi lonto leyo yayibubungozi obukhulu.
What is your comment?
What is the number of people, according to plan, that were targeted for this disarmament?
Abantu kwakujongiswe kugxiniswe kuba kakhulu ke inani labo ababe bangaphi na abakufuneka bathathelwe izixhobo.
Voorsitter, ons het voorsiening gemaak vir 5 polisietrokke.
We made provisions for 5 police trucks.
Sasithumele iitrak ezinhlanu zamapolisa.
En daar was aangedui dat daar so wat 170 beskikbare aanhoudingssel beskikbaarheid was.
It was mentioned that there would be space for the detention of about 170 arrested people.
Kwakutshiwo into yoba kuzobekwa izisele apho kuzokwazi ukuthi kungena abantu abayi-170 ababanjiweyo.
En dit was nie eers die getal wat ons voorsien het dat ons sou arresteer nie.
It was also not the number of people that we had envisaged arresting.
Ayilinani ke labantu esasibabona ingabo ke abazawubanjwa.
General, you'll see from the penultimate paragraph of that paragraph, Mr. White will say, often the making of arrests can provoke violent responses which place both the police and the protesters at higher risk of injury.
Uyabonisa ke apha uthi ixesha elininzi ukubamba ke ngoku abantu ke ngoku kwimeko enjalo kuba baxhokonxa into yokuba baphendule ngendlela ke ngoku yodushe into engenza ukuba kubekho ubungozi apho kumonzakalo kumapolisa kwakunye nakubaqhankqalazi.
And continues to say, where arrests need to be made, it is generally better to make those arrests after the event, having recorded evidence of criminality by video during the event itself.
Apho ke ngoku kufuneke kubanjwe khona uthi kungcono into yokubana ke ngoku kubanjwe emva kwesehlo eso ingakumbi ke ngoku xa ukho ubungqina bevideo ezithathwe ngela xesha lesehlo.
What comment can you give there?
Ungaphefumla uthini kule nithetheka ngolu hlobo?
Voorsitter, tydens arrestasie, die aard van polisieering is sodanig dat tydens arrestasie is daar altyd 'n risiko dat daar beserings kan plaasvind.
Mr. Chairperson, during an arrest, there's always that risk of people getting injured.
Ewe xa kubanjwa abantu ikhona ke lento ingenzeka yokuba abantu bangahle bonzakale.
Ons het die risiko probeer mitigeer.
But we try to mitigate that risk.
Sazama ke ukubona uba singasebenza njani ke nobungozi obunjalo unciphisa.
Deur 'n groter groep op te breek in 'n kleiner hanteerbare groep.
By breaking a bigger group into a smaller controllable group.
Ukuba senze liqela likhulu sibohlukanise ba ibe ngamaqela amancinci abantu abambalwa esingakwazi uba sibalawule.
Ons eerste aksielyn dan in terme van die beplanning was dan ook openbare orde polisieering.
Our first line was actually the public order policing.
Umgca wokuqala amapolisa yayingaba ke beprop.
Die verhouding van polisiebeamptes wat dan teenoor protesteerders wat gearresteer word. Die verhouding, die getalle verhouding tussen
the relation between the police and the people to be arrested.
Xa kujonge ukuba ubume kanye baphi amapolisa naba bantu kufuneka babanjiwe.
So heeltemal anders gewees het as wat meneer White hierso voorstel.
Would have been totally different to what Mr. White is putting here.
Ya izoba into ehlukileyo ke kule ayithetha apha yena umhlekazi White.
Die arrestasies wat na verwys word dat ons net moet afneem en dat ons dan na die tyd met die arrestasies uitvoer. Ek dink hy verstaan verkeerd in terme van wat die risiko's was in terme van die
where he speaks of taking videos as evidence of the people that we had to arrest. I think he misunderstands the whole thing here.
Ndicimba xa ethetha ngevidiyo funeka sithathwe ngabantu efuneka babanjiwe ikhona ke akayiqondi yonke le nto le.
Want by implikasie moes dan mense afneem wat onwettig byeenkom.
The implication would to videoize people who are gathering illegally.
Ngoku ayizothetha into bakhe ngokufuneke kuthathwe iividiyo zabantu ababuthene ngendlela engakho semthethweni
en wat in besit is van gevaarlike wapens.
And who are in possession of dangerous weapons.
Nabaphethe ke ngizixhobo ezinobungozi.
Ons risiko was juis wat sou gebeur nadat hierdie gewapende groep terugbeweeg.
Risk was actually what would happen if this armed group would return back.
Ingozi yayikho apho yakuba wakuzokwenza kwantoni baba bayibuyile ke ngokubantu baxhobileyo.
Na die nedersettings en die woonbuurte en die hostelle.
And coming back to the settlement, the hostels and the residential areas.
Says the hostels and the informal settlement. What would happen if this armed group went back to the hostels and the informal settlement?
Yes, I said the residential area, the informal settlement, yes.
Xa bebuyele ke ngoku apho kwiinkomponi nakwindawo yokuhlala abahlala kuyo.
Voorsitter, ek het gister daarna verwys hoekom die situasie verander het op die 16de.
I explained yesterday, Mr. Chairperson, why the situation changed on the 16th.
Ndichazile izolo into yoba kutheni imeko yatshintsha njenge-16.
En sonder om onnodige tyd in beslag te neem.
Without wasting time.
Ngaphandle kokuchitha ixesha.
Ek net meld dat die onderhandelings vanaf 'n polisieperspektief daar was nie meer verder onderhandelings nie.
That the negotiations from the police perspective, there were no more negotiations.
Kumbona amapolisa ke kwakungenakwenzeka ukuba kuqhubekeke ngothethathethano.
Daar was pertinente dreigemente geuiter.
There was a threat issued already.
Kwakuse kwenziwe isigrogriso.
Daar was 'n verandering te bespeur in die hele houding van die kleiner 400 groep.
There was also it was also detected the change of attitude in the smaller group.
Nakwela qela ke labambalwa ke kwakuse kubonwe ke ngoku utshintsho olukhoyo.
En selfs die president van AMCU
and also the president of AMCU.
Kwakunye kwakhona no president uAMCU.
Kon nie daarin slaag om sy lede te oortuig om wapens neer te lê nie.
Could not succeed in convincing his members to lay down their arms.
Zangaphumelele ekuzameni ukubeka ukwenza amalungu akhe abeke phansi izixhobo.
So die situasie het drasties verander.
So the situation had taken a drastic turn.
Imeko yayise imaxongo ke.
En ek het verduidelik wat gebeur as daar so 'n gewapende groep
Also explained that in such an armed group,
chazile ke uba kwiqela elinjalo ke ngoku elixhobileyo
in woonbuurte ingaan waar hulle persone onskuldige omstanders kan gebruik as skulde,
that such a group could get into the settlement and
Ukuba
then
iqela elinjalo-
hold innocent people as their shields.
babe nongena ke kwindawo yokuhlala basebenzise bazikhusele ngabantu abamsulwa,
die potensiaal op beskadiging van eiendom, intimidasie,
The potential of intimidation and damage to property,
kwakunokwenzeka ke ukuba kwenzeke izigrogriso kwaye konakale iimpahla
en die besering van mense.
and the injury of people.
nokonzakalwa kwabantu,
Om nie te praat van die potensiaal tussen konflik weer eens tussen AMKU en NUM.
Not now speaking of the possibility of a conflict between AMCU and the NUM.
nongquzulwano ke ubana luba khona phakathi kweNUM kunye neAMKU.
Die video-opname sou dus nie wees van dit nie, voorsitter.
The video recording would not have. So nie vir dit gewees nie.
Ja, want dit sou nie waargeneem gewees nie. Ons sou video's gehad het van mense, maar wat nie gekoppel is aan enige so aktiwiteit wat ek nou
We
beskryf.
would have had people being videoed, but not for the purposes that I have mentioned.
Only been videoed if the video operators had still been there, of course. Videoed if the operators were still there.
Bese sobe nayo enye ivideo ngaphandle uba beziphayana ke aba ba-operator ivideo.
Ek hoor wat jy sê, voorsitter.
I understand what you say.
Ayiqonde le nto ithetayo.
Ja, so enige opname sou nie gehelp het dat daar menselewens en verliese voorkom word nie.
Any recordings would not have assisted in the protection of people being injured or deaths.
I-recording ividiyo ezirekhodiweyo bezingeza ukwazi ukhusela abantu ukuba bangonzakali.
And Mr. White will say, under that very paragraph, that is not to say that arrests should never be made, but that a plan to make large numbers of arrests in a crowd numbering in the thousands was inherently risky and was unlikely to comply with the Standing Order 262 requirements.
Uthi ke ngoku ukuzama ukubamba abantu kumeko njalo ke ngoku yinto enobungozi kakhulu kwaye ke ayihambisani ke ngoku no Standing Order 262.
What comment do you make in regard to that?
Ngaphawula uthini kule nto ke ayithetayo?
Voorsitter, daar was nie die intensie om 'n groot getal mense in so groot skare soos wat meneer White na verwys wat in hulle duisende is te arresteer nie.
Mr. Chairperson, it wasn't the intention, as Mr. White says, people to be arrested in thousands. It wasn't the intention to arrest so many people.
ayingelihlobo ayibeka ngayo yena umhlekazi White into okubana kwakuza ubanjwa okanye sasifuna ubamba abantu ke abangamawakawaka.
The third tactical criticism Mr. White will levels at the operation is that there's no evidence of any other options having been properly presented to the JOC for consideration.
Enye into azawuyithetha ke no into okuba akukho bunqanda bonisayo into yoba ikhona enye indlela ke ngokupha kwijog babe nocingisisa ngayo abanoyisebenzisa bona.
What's your comment?
Ek dink ons plan is duidelik dat daar verskillende fases is.
Our plan is quite clear, Mr. Chairperson, that it's based on it is composed of different phases.
Ngoku ke ngoku icacile xa ke ngoku iplan yethu ngoba yenziwa inemigangatho eyahlukeneyo.
Van dit te noem, ons praat van die sektorpolisieering konsep, ons praat van hoë sigbaarheid.
We're talking of the sector policing and the sector policing
Visibility.
and the high visibility policing.
Sithetha ke ngamapolisa e-sector naba ke ngoku be-high visibility.
Dis ook die onderhandeling en die magsvertoon en al die fases soos ingesit is, so dis nie beperk net tot
The negotiations and all the different phases that are mentioned.
amapolisa awenza ke ngoku nazo zonke ezinye into endizichazileyo ezahlukeneyo.
Soos ek vroeër vermeld het ons ook
As I mentioned earlier, we also considered other options.
Siye saqinisisa ngezinye indlela ebesingakwazi ukuba sisebenze ngazo.
Maar dis nie sodanig gereflekteer nie.
But these were not reflected as such.
Zange ke zibekwe sibhalwe phansi izinto ezo.
Mr. White would say that, for instance, he deals with the options that he says could have been taken under section 4.7, which is on page 42 of that report.
Paper 42 uthetha ngezinto ezahlukeneyo bekufuneka mhlawumbi zenzeke.
Page 42.
Yes.
Firstly, for the record, the reason I go there is that to that criticism, there is a footnote 36, which then says, below at section 4.7, I suggest other options that might have been available to the SAPS. Do you see that?
Uyabona apho ke ngoku apho athi bendocebisa ezinye indlela ke ngoku bebenozisebenzisa bona aba abe SAPS.
Dit is korrek, ek merk dit op.
But perhaps just in sequencing, we will get to those criticisms when we do. Can we just continue on page 33?
Singaqhubekeka ke ngoku saphinda sibuyele kuyo siyaqhubeka pha kuphepha eli u33.
Against paragraph 4.4.23 on page 33, there is another tactical criticism offered by Mr. White there.
Apha ke ngoku 4.423 kukho izigxeko ezenziwa uyagxeka naye apha ke ngoku umhlekazi White.
It reads, fourthly, stage 3 of the plan anticipated that when seeking to disperse the crowd into smaller groups, the main positive attraction point was the open ground to the west of copy 1.
Uyatsho ke ngoku into kubana ke ngoku apha ku stage 3 into ababeyijongile into bazothi xana behlakaza isihlwele esibe senza ibe ngamaqela amancinci eyona ndawo ke bazawutsalekela kanye bazawuya kuyo kwakulela bala livulekileyo ke apha ke ngoku ngakucala le copy 1.
Continues to say the evidence available, including slides 91, 116, 152 and 160 of Exhibit L, suggests that many of the protesters had approached the copy via the main pathway from the informal settlement.
Othi ke ukona bungqina bulapha ku exhibit L buyabonisa into babaqhankqalazi basiya pha intabeni bahamba ngalandlela inkulu yayisuka pha emabobosini.
As such, it should have been anticipated that this would be a main positive attraction for the crowd on being dispersed.
Bakufuneka babone kusengaphambili into kubana xana behlakaza abantu bazawufuna ukuhamba ngaloo ndlela leyo.
The bottom of the paragraph then says, by planning to block this attraction point with razor wire and or with armed officers, the plan increased the risk of confrontation at this point.
Uthi ke ngesicwangciso sabo sokuba mabavale loo ndawo ke ngoku okanye ngamapolisa axhobileyo uthi ke ngoku isicwangciso eso songeza kanye sandisa ke ngoku ubungozi ntoba kwakuzoba kungquzulwana kuyo loo ndawo leyo.
Yesterday you testified about what we see on Exhibit EE 14.1 and 14.2, correct?
Usakhumbula ungqinizolo uthetha ngo EE 14.1 no 14.2.
That is the two aerial photographs. Yes.
That's the two aerial photographs, yes.
Mr. White will say that the informal settlement section would have been a better positive attraction point. What's your comment?
Uthi yona ndawo ke bekufuneka ibe indawo akuvalwa kuyo ile isecaleni ke ukula sekopi uthini kuleyo
Voorsitter, ons moet dit sien.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't think you've summarized it entirely correctly, Mr. Semenya. What he seems to be saying was that the pathway would have been, the main pathway from the informal settlement would have been the main positive attraction. Not the settlement itself, but that particular pathway. I think that's the point he's making.
Yes, indeed, Chair. What's your comment to that? Was that pathway a positive attraction at all in your assessment?
la ndlela leyo ke nkulu yaba kuni yayiyo into ezawutsalela abantu kuba baye kulo ndawo kuyo
Voorsitter, in hierdie konteks is dit dan positief teenoor negatief.
In this context is a positive against negative, Mr. Chairperson.
Or positive as opposed to negative.
Or as it is said, positive as opposed to negative.
indlela ayibeka ngayo ke uthi ayinto ebezawutsala abantu kuyo lo ndawo ayihambiselana nendlela ngamanye amazwi bona bayibeka ngayo
En ek sal verduidelik
I will explain it.
Zawichaza
dat hulle wel 'n persentasie van die skare potensiële area kan sien as positief vir hulle.
That although a percentage of the crowd could have seen a particular path as a positive attraction,
nangona ke abanye kweliqala babenobona lo ndawo leyo njengendawo abanoya kuyo
Is daar ander redes en ander faktore wat ons in ag neem wanneer ons dit moet bepaal?
there are other reasons and other factors that we have got to take into consideration when making this determination.
ana siya kwintwelo lo hlobo zikhona into ezithile ke ufuneke sizijongisise
Wat belangrik is wanneer ons dit bereken is die gebied.
What is important in making such a determination is the area
into ebalulekileyo ke ngoku xa wenza into lo hlobo yingingqi leyo
En die geleentheid wat jy vir protesteerders bied om dan uiteen te gaan.
and the opportunity you give to the protesters to disperse.
nethuba ke ngoku lipha abaqhankqalazi into bakwazi ukohlukana
I'd like to take a short adjournment at this stage until 25 to. The Commission will adjourn until 25 to.
sisathatha ibreak sabuyela kwakhona nge-25 to
Commission is starting. Yes, starting commission, Suman.
Commission resumes. Het is niet nodig voor mij om je daaraan te herinneren dat je nog steeds wel die eet is niet. Mr. Semenya?
General, you are just finishing your evidence relating to whether that path was a positive or a negative attraction.
Besagqibezela ke kulandawo kuba lo ndlela abantu bezohamba kuyo yayindawo abazotsaleka kuyo kanye yayindawo abazoyiphepha baye kwenye indawo na.
Voorsitter, ja, as ek kan voortgaan, ons is baie attent daarop dat as so 'n groep uiteengaan dat daar genoegsame spasie is sodat daar nie 'n vertrapping kan plaasvind nie.
Mr. Chairperson, we always sit with that if such a big group has got to be dispersed, if they've got to go apart, there must be sufficient space for the people not to trample on one another.
Sithi ke xa kukho imeko enjalo ke ngapha abantu bahlakaza khona kufuneka kubekho indawo eyaneleyo ukwenzela uba abantu banganyathelani.
Die area wes van die koppie was ideaal daarvoor.
The area on the west side of the Koppie was the most ideal.
Eyona ndawo yayifanelekile kupha kwicala la sentabeni ke.
En alhoewel ek nie na die foto's gekyk het waarna meneer White verwys nie.
Although I haven't looked at the photos to look at the area Mr. White is referring to.
Ngona ningajonga ifoto nizojonga le ndawo athetha ngayo ke na umhlekazi uWhite.
Aanvaar ek dat die foto's wys dat oorgrote meerderheid van mense vanaf een kant kom.
I'm convinced that the most open place where people would go to the eastern side.
Ndicinga uba elo cala le ndawo yayivulekile ke abantu benobalekela kuyo kwakweli cala lisempuma.
Dit is egter nie so nie. Mense het van 360 grade het hulle daai koppie benader.
But it is not for people who are approaching that Koppie from around 360 degrees.
Abantu besiya pha entabeni besuka kwindawo zonke.
Ek aanvaar ook die nedersetting waarna hy verwys is, die Kaneng nedersetting.
I accept that the settlement is speaking about is the Kaneng settlement.
And ndiyamkela ke nento yokuba le ndawo athetha ngayo yena uthetha ngeNkaneng.
Maar daar's ook ander nedersettings, ander woonbuurte.
But there are other settlement, other residential areas.
Zikhona ke indawo ezezinye zokuhlala.
En dan het ons 'n Karee hostel aan die een kant en ons het 'n Wonderkop hostel aan die ander kant. Een kant oos en die ander kant wes.
We have on the one side the Wonderkop hostel and on the other side the Karee hostel.
Kukho inkomponi eseWonderkop ke naseKaree icala lasempuma nelasentshona.
Ek het ook waargeneem op die twee foto's wat gister my getoon was, die bewysstuknommers wat ek nou nie kan onthou nie.
I also realized on the two photos that I saw yesterday, I'm not sure of the exhibit numbers.
Ndibonile ke nakwifoto ezayizolanisa khumbuli ke iba zibhalwe ubungqina inani lazo elibhalwe apho.
Maar dat daar verskeie voetpaaie is,
that there are several footpaths.
Ukuba zininzi indlela ke zokuhamba.
Ook breër paaie wat eerder sal lyk of daar voertuie op kan ry.
And roads that are broader where one vehicle could be moved.
Nendlela ke eziphangalele ezinkulu apho imoto yayinohamba khona.
En dat daar een sogenaamde pathway is in daai omgewing wat net na die Koppie toe loop nie.
And that there is no mentioned pathway that is leading to the Koppie.
Akho ndlela ikhankanyiwe ke khokhelela pha entabeni.
Voorsitter, ek het ook gemerk dat as mens kyk op die foto's dan daar is baie mense wat op geen paadjie is nie, want die veld is kort.
I also realized that there were people on the photos that were not on any particular path.
Daar's net 'n totale oop area, so jy kan regtig op enige gedeelte daar stap om in 'n rigting te gaan.
Just an open area there which one could walk in any direction to reach a particular point.
Kukho abantu abathile babengekho pha endleleni ke abaninzi kodwa babe kwindawo le yayilibala elikhulu elivulekileyo.
Dan my laaste kommentaar op die positief en negatief, voorsitter.
My last comment on the positive and the negative aspect.
Ke ngoku into yokugqibela enza uphawula ngayo xa sithetha ngendawo abantu banoya kuyo kanye babe nokuthi bayithinta bangafuni uya kuyo.
Is dat die posisie van die polisielyn
The position of the police line
indlela amapolisa ime ngayo kumgca wabo
was bepaal deur die protesteerders hulle self.
was determined by the protesters themselves.
ya yenzwa iqinisekiswa kanye yenzwa indlela amaqhankqalazi ababeyiyo nabo.
Want soos wat hulle plaasgevind of wat hulle posisie ingeneem het op die koppie, het hulle in 'n oostelike rigting gekyk.
As they were on the copy, the direction in which they were facing was in an easterly direction.
Njengoba besentabeni kodwa babejonge ngokucala lasempuma.
Dit sou half nie sin gemaak vir die polisie om byvoorbeeld aan die westelike kant te gaan posisie inneem nie.
It wouldn't have made sense then for the police to go and stand on the western side of the protesters.
Okuya ingasozibe into enesihlahla lexa amapolisa ehamba kucala ayoma kucala la ngasentshona wona.
Ons was egter bekommerd oor die nabyheid van daai nedersetting wat sekerlik omtrent maar 400 meter weg was van die koppie.
We were worried about the proximity, the nearness of this settlement, which was about 400 meters away from there.
Sasi xhalabe kakhulu ke ngokuba kufutshane kwale ndawo yokuhlala singathi umgama yayizimitha ezingamakhulu amane.
Vir die redes wat ek reeds vermeld het.
For the reasons that I've already mentioned.
Ngezizathu ke ensendi zitshilo.
Maar toegang was steeds beskikbaar na die Nkaneng nedersetting.
There was access was still available to the Nkaneng settlement.
Yayisekhona indlela ukuba kuhanjwe kuyiwe eNkaneng.
Deur net 'n bietjie noord te beweeg.
Just to go a bit to the north.
Ubaba benothi bahambe ngasemntla.
En dan oos in te beweeg in Nkaneng nedersetting waar daar meer as een groot pad is wat inlei in die gebied.
And then proceed eastwards towards Nkaneng where there is a road leading to this settlement.
Apho ke ukuba bezophuma ngasempuma bahambe ngalendlela inkulu iyapha eNkaneng.
The fact that people, you say, approached from 360 degrees, is this your observation over the days, or is this documented somewhere?
Lento ithetha into abantu basuka ngumpompo zonke besiya apho into ke ukoyibonileyo kanye ibhaliwe pha kula maxwebhu.
Voorsitter, ek weet nie wat gedokumenteer is nie. Ek weet daar's pertinent deur die observasiepunt en deur die helikopter is daar gedokumenteer, maar daar was radioverslae dat mense van oral af.
There was radio comment that people were coming from all over. I don't know if this is documented. This was seen by the people from the helicopters as well.
Lento yabona ke yayithethwa abantu ibona nabantu baku helicopter into kubana nakona mathotho lithetha into abantu basuka ngakumacala onke.
Wat my aanvaarding was dat dit beteken alle rigtings.
Which, according to my experience, meant they came from all directions.
Lento yayibonisa into baba besuka kumacala onke.
Can I invite the General to have a look at Exhibit E 8.2?
Cela ujonge E 8.2.
Voorsitter, die bewysstuk is nie beskikbaar nie. Maar daar is hy nou, baie dankie.
Would that give us another depiction of the various pathways that were available there?
Ngoku ke lo mfanekiso sibonisa indlela ezahlukeneyo ezininzi ezazikho phayana.
Dit is so Voorsitter.
It is so, Mr. Chairperson.
Kunjalo sihlalo.
Can I now ask you to go back to page 34? There is paragraph 4.4.24 at the top of that page, which records another tactical
singaya ke ukuphepha apha u34
error that Mr. White will want to testify about.
into ezawubonisa enye impazamo azawuthangqine ngayo yena umhlekazi White.
It reads, fifthly and fundamentally, the plan was such that it was close to inevitable that the POP members would need the support of the TRT, STF, and National Intervention Unit teams, and therefore require the use or threat of live ammunition.
Uthi ke ngokufutshane ke ngoku indlela ke ngoku ababezosebenza ngayo iPOP ke babezawuthi bafune ke inkxaso ye-TRT, STF ne-NIU ngoko bizawunyanzelisa into yokuba basebenzise iimbumbulu zentsimbi.
What's your reaction to that?
Wena uphendula uthini kuleyo?
Voorsitter, dit was nie voorsien of geantisipeer.
Chairperson, this was not foreseen or anticipated.
Hayi into yayilindelekile leyo.
Dat die gebruik van skerpend ammunisie noodsaaklik sou wees nie.
That the use of sharp ammunition would inevitably be used.
Leyo kuba ke kuzawusetyenziswa imbumbulu zentsimbi.
Die draad was dan juis ontplooi.
The barbed wire was actually deployed.
La liselitsaliwe ke ngokucingo lihlabayo
om enige benadering tot die polisielyn te ontmoedig, maar ook fisies te voorkom.
To discourage any approach to the police line and also to avoid such an approach.
Into ezokwenza ukuthi abantu bangakwazi ukuthi ke ngokubaza pha kumgca wamapolisa.
Against paragraph 4.4.26 of the same page, the opinion, the recording of the statement reads, notwithstanding the known likelihood that parts of the crowd would respond violently to the offensive police action,
uthi nangona ke ngoku kwakubonakala bakungenzeka into kuba abanye kumaqela aba bangathatha unyathelo bebonise idutshe ke ngoku kusenza kunyathelo ezawuthathwa ngamapolisa.
Lieutenant Colonel Scott's plan anticipated POP members advancing towards the crowd without any protection by shields.
Yayibonisa yoko isicwangciso sika Lieutenant Scott into kubana amalungu ePOP azawuhamba aye phambili kubaqhankqalazi kodwa engazikhuselanga ngamakhaka.
But with a backup from TRT, NIU and STF. That
ke bexhaswa ke ngaba basemva kwaba abayi TRT NIU ne STF.
That Mr. White will say was a fundamental error.
Uzawuthi ke ngoku umhlekazi White yaba impazamo enkulu leyo.
Your comment?
Uphendula uthini kuleyo?
Voorsitter, eerstens was daar nie 'n offensiewe aksie gewees deur die polisie nie.
Firstly, Mr. Chairperson, there wasn't an offensive action by the police.
Bokuqala akho nyathelo okanye into eyenziwayo ngamapolisa.
Dit was 'n defensiewe aksie.
It was a defensive action.
Yayisisenzo inyathelo lokukhusela.
Ek het ook verduidelik dat histories is ek nie bewus in my loopbaan dat as mens 'n kordon uitsit of 'n padblokkade doen of 'n gebied afsper, dat mense neig om jy soontoe te beweeg en hulle beweeg tradisioneel weg van dit af.
And it is not, in my experience, I haven't known that if a barrier is being put or some place is being, that it encourages people to come towards that which is being
andinalwazi olunjalo mna lokuba xa indawo ivaliwe loo nto ikhuthaza abantu uba baze kule ndawo ivaliweyo.
Dan skuld het ek gister na verwys.
I spoke about shields yesterday.
Ndithethile ke ngamakhaka izolo.
Dat sonder dat ek enige bewyse het, pertinente bewyse het van wat is die beskermingsvlak van ons skulde.
I said without pertinent knowledge of the protection that a shield can offer.
Ndithethe ngaphandle kokuba nolwazi ke bendlela ke ikhaka elingakwazi ukuba likhusele ngayo.
Kan ek net nie sien dat daai skulde sal voldoende wees om as beskerming te dien vir die tipe wapens wat daar
I could not foresee that these shields would be sufficient protection against the kind of weapons that the protesters had.
Ndingaboni into yokuba izawuba zizinto ezifanelekileyo ukusebenzisa ke ngoku ikhaka kwimo apho bekusebenzisa izixhobo ezilola hlobo.
vernaam die skerp gemaakte metaalwapens,
particularly the sharpened homemade instruments,
ingakumbi ke ngoku izixhobo zinkozenzele zibukhali,
en die kapmesse wat ons waargeneem het.
and the pangas that we saw there.
kwakunye nekapnesi ezisazibona phaya.
Ek het ook verwys gister dat persone wat sal 2 of tipies is daar persone wat 2 wapens dra, een in elke hand.
That typically there were people carrying 2 weapons, one in each hand.
Kukho abantu ke ukabephethe izixhobo ngambini.
En dat dit nie ongewoon is dat die persone tydens 'n aanval sal laag en hoog gelyktydig gaan nie.
And see that for me? That
It's an attack at the same time, it's going low and attacking high.
That people in such attack would sometimes go low and also high.
Abantu kumeko njalo xa behlasela bayakwazi ukuba baye phezulu baphinde bachophe baye ezantsi kakhona.
Voorsitter, die gebruik van skilde,
Mr. Chairperson, the use of shields
ukusetyenziswa ke kwamakhaka
is pertinent een van die metodes waar dan na die sogenaamde Franse benadering verwys word.
This is pertinently used in the French approach.
Franse benadering tot skarebestuur.
French approach to crowd control.
indlela ke isetyenziswa phaa ke ngoku eFrance yokulawula kwezihlweleleyo.
En die gebruik van skilde is baie geskik as mense skare het wat nie gewapen is nie.
The use of shields is quite usable if the people being controlled are not armed.
Ungakwazi usebenzisa amakhawu xa abantu balawulayo bona bengaphethanga zixhobo.
En die openbare orde lede formasies vorm. And would form formations, the public order policing members forming formations.
And the public order police forming formations.
Nabalungu ke ngoku ePOPs azoba nendlela yabo ethile abazoma ngayo.
Om dan die skare terug te druk of in 'n rigting te druk of te probeer kanaliseer.
Or in order to push back the crowds or to channel them in a particular direction.
Ukuba bakwazi ukuthi ke batshale ke ngoku isihlweleso okanye babaqhubele kwindawo ethile.
Die verdere beperking is,
The other limitation is
enye ke ngoku into esisinciphisile
dat dit gewoonlik saamgaan met 'n tonfa stormloop sodat jy 'n tonfa ook het as dit nodig is dat jy dan mense met tonfas kan verder terugtrek.
it also goes along with a tonfa so that you can use the tonfa technique in driving those people away.
Indlela ke yobuchule obusebenzisa ke ngoku iibayton ezi ukwenzela into ba ubaqhubele kwindawo ethile ababantu.
Situasie in Marikana was verseker nie 'n situasie wat ons so kon hanteer nie.
The situation in Marikana was definitely not a situation that could be handled in that manner.
Ngoqinisekileyo ko imeko phaa eMarikana ayimeko obungasebenza ngaloo ndlela kuyo.
Verdere beperkende faktor sou dan wees dat as die polisie beampte die skild in sy een hand het.
Another limitation is that if a police officer has the shield in his one hand
en hy het ook iewers 'n tonfa
and he has somewhere a tonfa
en dan is daar iewers ook 'n halgeweer
and also a shotgun.
Enye into yokwezawuba yayizoba ngumqobo ke apha into yokuba ipolisa lizothi ngapha liphethe ikhaka libe liphethe ngapha itomfa liphinde liphathe umbhaxa kakhona.
En raak dit 'n probleem as die persoon moet pirotechniese middele aanwend of dan ook later aan die halgeweer sou moes gebruik.
It then becomes problematic if a person has got to use the one weapon and thereafter the other.
kubakho ingxaki xa umuntu efuneka asebenzise isixhobo esithile emva koko aphinda asebenzise esinye kwakhona.
Ek dink as die operasionele bevelvoerder sou die polisielede sodanig blootgestel het in skulde.
I think the operational commanders
sou dit hulle onder onnodige risiko geplaas het.
would have placed these people under unnecessary risk if they were to arm them that way.
Ukuba bebanike izixhobo zelo hlobo ke ngoku commander bebezawubeka abantu ubomi babo esichengeni.
The document then says at the end of paragraph 4.4.27 that, and I read from the second sentence, the alternative that seemed to be adopted in this instance was for the officers who were carrying out the dispersal to move forward without protection using offensive means such as water cannon, tear gas, stun grenades, and rubber rounds. If attacked, they had no protection and no alternative but to retreat to their vehicles. This meant that the plan created a situation that if the protesters showed significant resistance, then they would quickly be confronted with a backup line of armed TRT, NIU, and STF. What's your comment there?
Into evelayo ke ngoku esicwangciso into ukubana ke ngoku ukuba bokwenzeka into ukuba abo ke ngoku bona bahamba ngaphambili ke ngoku beya bengenazo into bazikhusela ngazo kodwa besebenza into ezifana nekanuni zamanzi kwakunye nezintwizisi kunye ne-rubber rounds ibhola ezikudutyulwa ngazo zerabha ukuba bebehlaselwa bengenakhuselo into bebezoyenza ukuthi babuye umva babuyele ezinqolweni zabo loo nto bizothetha into bayisicwangciso ke ngoku siveza ke ngoku imeko apho ke ngoku babezawukwazi ukuba bona abaqhankqalazi bazoxhathisa kwaye ke ngoku bona bazawuthi ke ukuze i-TRT ne-NIU ne-STF izojongana nabo.
Voorsitter, ek wil eerstens meld dat dit nie beplan of voorsien was nie.
First, Mr. Chairperson, I want to mention that this was not determined, nor was it the plan.
Koqala ndifuna ukuthi into yokuba le nto yayingasisicwangciso.
Ek dink dis grootlikse opmerking met die voordeel van nabetragting. Benefit of hindsight.
Benefit of hindsight.
It is the, yes, benefit of
Comment
hindsight.
made with the benefit of hindsight.
Soos gesê, ja.
Die plan wat ons gehad het,
The plan we had,
Isicwangciso ke ngoku esasinaso
sodat met die offensiewe aksies van openbare orde
that with the offensive action of the public order,
nenyathelo ke ngoku eliqathela lizalithathwa ke ngoku ngaba be-POP
sou die groep so opgebreek word dat dit in klein hanteerbare groepies is.
that the groups would have been broken into smaller groups.
ukuba la maqela makhulu bazokwenziwa ibe ngamaqela amancinci
Maar op 'n punt sou dit buite die beperkte vermoë van openbare orde se vaardighede gegaan het.
But at one stage that it would have been outside the limits of the public order people.
iyo ngaba ngelinye indlela ke yayingaba yinto engenawuba ngaphantsi kolawulo okanye yenziwe yi-POP.
Die metodes en die middele wat ons tot beskikking het is net eenvoudig, daar is 'n punt waar dit kom wat dit net beperk is. Daar is net niks daarna nie.
The position is that
die metodes en middele beskikbaar tot openbare orde.
the means available to public order
Indlela ke ezinokuba zikwazi usebenza ngayo bona aba be-POPs
can only be done up to a certain point and no further.
bangakwazi ukuthi basebenze kuphela ngendlela ethile kodwa bangagqithiseli.
En dan sal die taktiese eenhede met hulle vaardighede
Then the technical people with their experience
en hulle opleiding
and their training
Abo ke ngoku bona basebenza ngobuchule baze kunye namava abo
sou dan moes oorgaan om sodanige arrestasies uit te voer.
would then have had to come in and do the necessary arrests.
babe uzofuneka into yokuba baze bazokwazi ukuza kubamba.
Maar dis verseker iets waarna ons moet kyk, meneer die voorsitter.
But this is something that we have got to look into, Mr. Chairperson.
En ons moet deurlopend met ons navorsing doen.
And we should continuously research.
Ngoku ke uko into ekufuneka sijongisele kwaye siqhubekeke ngokwenza uphando olunzulu.
En ons moet gaan kyk na middele en metodes wat beskikbaar is.
And go and look at measures and procedures that are available.
Om vir ons addisionele opsies te gee.
Jonge namanyathelo ke kunendlela ezingasetyenziswa ezikhoyo.
Om vir ons addisionele opsies te gee.
To give us additional options.
Kusinike kwakhona nezinye indlela ezithile ezinye esingazisebenzisa.
Ook om addisionele beskerming aan ons lede te gee.
Also to afford protection, additional protection to our own members.
Ukwenzele sikwazi ke ukwenza into abanamalungu ethu azokwazi ukuba nokhuseleko.
Chair, I take it that the transcript is in Afrikaans because we're not correcting this English.
Been made for the transcript to be available both in Afrikaans and with the English translation as well. So those who want the ipsissima verba, the precise word of the witness will have it on the transcript.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, when I made the request, I only said the Afrikaans, not the English. Yes.
I misunderstood what I was told, but there you have it. The transcript will only be in Afrikaans. So the two translations into English and isiXhosa will presumably not be transcribed.
Kuthiwa ke ngoku into ubungqina bulapha buzawushicilelwa qha ngeAfrikaans kodwa ke ezi zitolikwayo ke xa kutolikwa ngesiNgesi nangesiXhosa zona azowushicilelwa into esizithethayo.
Mr. Chairperson,
Chair,
the transcriber seems to want to draw something to the chairperson's attention.
Yes.
Or he says when you spoke, your mic was off, Mr. Chairperson.
What I said was I had previously misunderstood the situation and stated it incorrectly. The true position is, as I understand it, the transcription will be made only of the Afrikaans words, the exact words used by the witness, and the two translations, the one into English and the other into isiXhosa, are not being transcribed. That's what Mr. Madlanga told me, and I repeated it.
Ubuphinda ke ngokosihlalo into ba kulento ubungqina ke ubulapha buzowushicilelwa okanye ubhalwe phansi ngoba ubuthethwa ke ngelimi lesibhulu kodwa olu ke ngokulesiXhosa nesingesi lona aluzowushicilelwa.
We point out, Chair, that my able junior is linguistically handicapped. She won't be able to understand Afrikaans at all, but it's a matter we will handle with the evidence leaders. Would this be an appropriate stage, Chair, to adjourn?
Yes, the Commission will now adjourn until 2 o'clock.
Sisayogcwalisa amathumbu ke siyabuya kwakhona ngentsimbi yesibini.
as the overall command of the operation. Was she in overall command of the operation?
Phakula operation yonke uthi yena ke umhlekazi lo White uGeneral uCommissioner uMbombo nguye ke lo wayongamele kwi-command yonke ekhupha imiyalelo phaya. Yayinjalo lonto leyo?
Nee, voorsitter.
No, Mr. Chairperson.
Hayi, yayingekho njalo.
Okay, we will deal with the other commanders when they
What's in
testify.
the overall command then?
Ubani ke ucommando wayongamele apho?
Generaal-majoor Mpembe.
That General Mpembe
Yayingu
was
Major General Mpembe.
The one other criticism that is made appears at the top of page 43 and against subparagraph 4.7.2.
Enye indlela ke agxeka ngayo ipha kuphepha lamashumi amane anantathu pha phezulu ku 4.7.2.
And this is in relation to scene 1.
Apha kubhekiswa kwisehlo sokuqala.
There, Mr. White will say that, firstly, there is no clear rationale for the decision to implement stage 3 of the plan at the time it was implemented.
Kuthiwa akho nto icacileyo ke ngesigaba okanye ngenqanaba eli lesithathu lesicwangciso njengokuba esitsho yena uLieutenant Scott kwiplan yakhe.
What do you have to say to that?
Wena uthini ngalonto leyo?
Voorsitter, ek het gister in taamlike detail verduidelik dat daar eers
Chairperson, yesterday
voorligting was.
I explained in clear details that there was first year preparations
Itshilo izolo kuqala into bakwenza amalungiselelo
deur generaal Mpembe aan die provinsiale kommissaris.
by General Mpembe to the commissioner,
Provincial Commissioner.
to the provincial commissioner.
yenziwa nguGeneral Mpembe ku commissioner wephondo.
En na die voorligting het die provinsiale kommissaris gesê dat ons moet oorgaan tot die betrokke fase 3.
It was thereafter that the provincial commissioner said we should proceed to the level stage 3.
Kwakusemva kwaloo nto apho ke wathi provincial commissioner masidlulele ke ngoku kwinqanaba eli lesithathu.
En ek weet nie wat se verduideliking of gebrek aan verduideliking
I don't know what the explanation or a lack of explanation
word na verwys wat in generaal Mbombe se verklaring is nie.
is being referred to is in Major General in General Mbombo's explanation.
Andiyazi ke ngoku le ifuna ingcaciso ke kwinto ayitshoyo uGeneral Mbombo.
Behalwe om te aanvaar dat sy dan nie die stappe soos ek het verduidelik het of die redes vervat het na verklaring nie.
Except to say that the stages that I have mentioned do not appear in her statement.
Ngaphandle kokuthi nje into yokuba la manqanaba ndithethe ngawo awavelanga phaa kwi-statement sakhe.
Now, yesterday you testified about the rationale to implement stage 3, including the fact that the negotiations had come to a halt. Remember that?
Uyakhumbula ngokuthethe ngapha kuzokungenwa ke kunqanaba lesithathu kuquka nale nto ngoba busithi ke ngoku uthethathethwano belingasaqhubekeki.
Ek onthou dit, voorsitter.
I remember that, Mr. Chairperson.
Sayikhumbula loo nto sihlalo.
Including that Mr. Matunjwa had now left.
Nokuba nokuthi ubesehambile yena umhlekazi uMathunjwa.
And we now look at another point which is raised on page 44 against subparagraph 4.7.6.
Ukuba ke ngoku singajonga phaa kuphepha elingamashumi amane anesine phaa ku 4.7.6.
There it reads, it appears that there were a number of alternatives that were available to the police instead of implementing stage 3, that is.
Uthi ke zikhona ezinye into amapolisa ebengeba bezenzile ngaphandle kokuba basebenzise okanye bangene kwinqanaba eli lesithathu,
Including simply sitting and waiting and monitoring the situation.
lonto iquka ke ngokuba bahlale nje balindile bajonge nje imeko.
What is your response to that?
Wena ke uphawula ngokuthini kulonto leyo?
Voorsitter, daar was deurlopende monitering wat plaasgevind het vanaf die Dinsdag.
Chairperson, there was continuous monitoring from the Tuesday.
Kwakujongiwe apha ukusukela ngoLwesibini,
Maar die risiko het sodanig verander
But the risk had so drastically changed.
kwakubakho utshintsho lukhoyo ke nengozi,
soos wat reeds na verwys is.
As referred to already,
njengoba besechaziwe,
Dat daar noodsaaklikheid was om oor te gaan tot die fase 3.
that it became necessary to go to the third phase, that there was a
ukuba
necessity to
kuye
go to stage 3.
kwanyanzeleka into yoba kuyiwe kwinqanaba lesithathu.
Ek kan net meld dat daar nog steeds 'n onwettige byeenkoms was.
Must also state that there was still an unlawful gathering,
Manditsho kwakhona into yoba bekusekho ke ngoku le mbutho okanye le ndibano engekho semthethweni,
Met die toon van gevaarlike wapens,
with the exhibition of dangerous weapons,
napho bekuphathwe nezixhobo eziyingozi,
pertinente dreigemente tot die lewe van die of dreigemente tot die polisie.
and with pertinent threats to the members of the police.
nezigrogriso ke zazenziwa kumapolisa.
Die groep het steeds geweier om te ontwapen.
The group was still refusing to disarm.
Iqela alisala ukubeka phantsi izixhobo.
Sorry, let me interrupt, General. You have testified about the need to implement the stage at the time you did.
Ewe unika ubungqina loba niye nanyanzeleka into yoba nenzeke nilandele inqanaba lesithathu ngexesha enthe nayilenza ngalo nto leyo.
What Mr. White is saying is that instead of that, you could simply have set it through
Uthi ke umhlekazi uWhite
or
emva
have
kokuba
set
benze
it
loo nto
out.
ke ningayenzanga qha nahlala loo nto leyo.
Voorsitter, daar's 'n grondwetlike verpligting
Chairperson, there's a constitutional responsibility imperative
Ngoku ke ixanduva esinalo ngokomgaqo-siseko into ebalulekileyo.
op die polisie om wet en orde te handhaaf.
There's a constitutional responsibility on the police to keep law and order.
Amapolisa ke anoxanduva ukuya komgaqo-siseko into yoba bagcine ucwangco basebenzi nomthetho.
En ons kan nie ons plig in die verband versaak nie.
We cannot just neglect our duties in this
Asinawuhlala nje
respect.
singahoyi umsebenzi wethu.
Ons was die hele tyd bewus van die risiko in terme van hierdie groep wat elke keer teruggaan.
We were all the time aware of the risk of these people who kept on going back.
Sasazi ke nobungozi babantu ababa no ngeli xesha bahambe.
So ek verstaan nie die sit en wag nie. Ek
So
weet nie.
I don't understand this sitting and waiting.
Le nto ke yokuba sihlale silinde andivisisi kakuhle.
Gesien in die konteks wat ek ook gesê het, die pertinente risiko, die verhoogde risikofaktore.
Not in the context of how I've explained this, the escalating risk which was there.
Hayi ke phantsi kwalo mxholo wokuba ubungozi obubi into ibiqhubekeka le iye ikhula.
The other alternative postulated is that there could be a night time action targeted at 50 odd people that were on the copy.
Enye into ayithethwayo ke ngoku le nto ngeba yenziwe ebusuku kwabo ke ngoku banga-50 babesala apho ngobusuku entabeni.
Firstly, was there intelligence that there were 50 odd people who remained at night?
Ndiye ndafumana ulwazi ke nina kuyintloli ukuba kukho abantu ke banga-50 abasalayo phaa ebusuku entabeni.
Voorsitter, ek weet nie van intelligensie nie. Die eerste nag, daai maandagnag, dinsdagoggend,
I
was
don't
daar
know
'n
if in-
groepie waargeneem.
Intelligence, Mr. Chairperson, but the first night there was a group observed there.
Andizange ndifumana ulwazi ngelo kodwa ke likhona iqela elathi labonwa apho.
Was that a viable option to do the nighttime action?
into enokwazi ukuba iyenzekile umkile ukuba nithathe ke ukunyathelo ebusuku
Of cordoning the copy and doing the search there with the use of artificial light?
ukuba nikwazi ukuba nirhanqe phaa intaba kwaye nisetshe kuloo ndawo nisebenzisa ke ngoku izibane ezikhanyisayo.
Voorsitter, ek dink met respek,
I think, with respect, Mr. Chairperson,
Ingathi ke ndicinga uba ngembeko yonke
en ek aanvaar meneer White het nie al die besonderhede tot sy beskikking nie.
and I accept that Mr. White does not have all the particulars at his disposal.
ingamkela into yoba umhlekazi White akafumananga zonke ke iinkcukacha.
Maar ek het vroeër verduidelik dat daar was 'n oorweging geweest, een van die opsies om dan so 'n groepie te arresteer, sou daar so 'n groepie op die koppie wees.
But I had mentioned that it was contemplated to implement that if there was such a group on the mountain.
Kuba yayinokwenzeka into enjalo kuba lalikhona elo qela phaa entabeni.
En ek sal met die vergunning net 'n paar van daai verwysings weer maak.
I will, with your permissions, I just make refer to those incidents, to those issues.
Ndizawuthi ke ngemvume yakho ndibhekise kuzo ezo zehlo ezo.
Want ons sou weinig bereik het. Dit sou nie in die gees van onderhandeling gewees het nie.
It would not have been in a good spirit of negotiation.
Loo nto yayingazohambisana nendlela yethu yokuthethathethana.
Ons nie geweet of daar was nie bevestigde inligting dat die leierskap element deel is van daai sogenaamde 50 wat na verwys word nie.
We had not received any information that the leadership was part of the group that remained there.
Zange sifumane ke ngoku inkcazelo ethi inkokhelezi yayingabanye baba babesala phaa entabeni.
Ons weet nie of hulle wapens gehad het nie. Ek weet nie waarvoor moes hulle arresteer nie. Dit sê ons
did not know whether they had any weapons and the reason for our arresting them.
Sasingazi noba banezixhobo kwaye nesizathu ebesinothi babambela sona.
Tensy ons op 'n suiwer onwettige byeenkoms gefokus het.
Except if we had only focused on the illegal gathering.
Ngaphandle toba ke sasinojongisisa kakhulu ke kule nto yokuba babuthane ngendlela ekho semthethweni.
Voorsitter, dan kan ek net dink dat as ons die mense sou arresteer en daar was nou 'n klagte teen hulle en ons het hulle gaan dan nou gaan toesluit.
I am now thinking of if we had arrested these people and we locked them up and there were charges put against them.
Ukuba ke abantu ke bebenovele banjwe nje baphinde bayovalelwa baphinde bamangalelwe kakhona.
Dan tydens die vrylating van die persone sou daar dan net 'n nuwe rede of tydens hulle aanhouding sou daar net 'n nuwe rede vir betoog gewees het.
During their detention or at their release, this would have created another reason for another protest.
Ukuba bebenothi ke ngokuba beselivalweni baphinde bakhutshwe bizawuba sisinye isizathu into yoba makubekho olunye ke ukuqhankqalazo olo.
Dan is 'n betoog gehad vir hulle vrylating. En dan in elk geval al was dit tydens vrylating of direk na hulle vrylating sou ons dan met die posisie gesit het dat ons nou net nie meer vertroue nie. Ons het nou die eie vertroue wat ons probeer opbou het ons nou net weggegooi.
The self-reliance that we had tried to build, we would have thrown this away because they would have been protests.
It's not self-reliance, it's more the confidence
of the protesters.
Confidence of the protesters.
We would have lost the confidence that the protesters had in us.
Kwenza njalo ke ngoku bezawuphelwa ke ngoku lithemba babesenalo ukuthi ke ngoku abaqhankqalazi.
Ook die integriteit van die polisie dat ons gaan onderhandel en dan terwyl ons
also
voorgee dan gaan arresteer ons mense.
Integrity of the police, we go there to negotiate and in the process then arrest these people.
Kwaye ke ngoku nendlela ke ngoku iyenzo le mapolisi into yoba sohamba siyothethathana nabo emva koko siphinde kwakhona siyokubabamba.
The other alternative postulated is that the police could have moved in at first light, but before the majority of the protesters had returned to the copy. What's your reaction to that?
Enye into beyithetha bebingokwenzeka into yoba amapolisa ngeye phambili ke ngoku baye phaa kubo abantu kusese ngumsobomvu abanye aba baninzi bengafiki.
Vir dieselfde redes voorsitter.
I think for the same reasons, Mr. Chairperson.
Cimba ke wangezo zizathu ke sihlalo.
So nou word gebel to have secured and dominated the ground. Ek weet nie wat soos daardeur bereik nie.
I don't know what we would have achieved by,
Yazi uba intoni ke
as it is
isasawufikelela.
said here, dominating the ground.
Okay. Against subparagraph 4.7.8 says the report that the decision to implement stage 3 at a time chosen appears unjustified by the situation on the ground, carried significant risks, and was likely to escalate rather than de-escalate conflict. What's your response to that?
Uthini kule nto ithetha into yokuba yona nto ke ngoku ingundoqo apha into yoba isigqibo sokuba kuyiwe kwizinga eli lesithathu ngeli xesha ke ngoku likhethiweyo ke ngoku ibonakala kungekho sizathu sivakalayo saloo nto leyo. Uthi enye into yayinayo yayibubungozi obukhulu kwaye yayizawuqhubekeka endaweni yokuba ke ngoku idambise imbambano lapho yayizawuyenza ibe iqhubekeke ngokuqhubekeka.
Ek dink oor die ongeregverdige optrede en die risiko het ek reeds getuig.
About the unlawful, the unjustified, about the unjustified situation.
Die ongeregverdigde optrede
The unjustified action
en die risiko's verbonde aan die optrede.
and the risk attached to the action.
Ke ngoku isenzo eso sinesizathu esingenasizathu sivakalayo okanye sibambekayo.
Ek weet nie advokaat of ek wil hê ek moet weer daaroor praat of ek moet fokus op die eskalasie van konflik nie.
I don't know if the advocate wants me to expatiate on that or
Andazi noba ke ngoku ummeli ufuna ndichancathe ndiqhubekeke ngakumbi kule
or
nto.
the escalation of the.
Can we focus? Was the implementation of stage 3 a de-escalation or an escalation of the conflict environment?
Ukusetyenziswa ke okanye xa kuyiwa kwinqanaba lesithathu loo nto yayinto dambisa imeko apho kanye yayenza ibe maxongo nangakumbi.
Voorsitter, in terme van hoe dit beplan was dit nie eskalasie nie. Ons het nooit daarby uitgekom nie want met die
In terms of the plan, Mr. Chairman, it was not to escalate. We did not come to that.
Ngokwesicwangciso ke zange siye apho thina ukuba siyoyenza le nto iqhubekeke ngakumbi nangakumbi.
ons het net gekom by die defensiewe aksie van die uitrol van die Lemmetjiestraat.
We only came to the defensive action of deploying the barbed wire.
Siyokuthatha nje inyathelo ke lokhuselo lokuba sitsale ulucingo oluhlabayo.
Maar belangriker, ons de-eskalasie was gefokus.
But more important, the de-escalation was focused.
Into ewujongiswe kuyo kakhulu yokuba ke imeko yayilapho idambe.
Op die risiko verbonde aan hierdie gewapende groep met al die redes wat ek gegee het op die dag wat sou ingaan in die gemeenskap in.
And the risks that I've already mentioned of a possibility of these people getting into the communities.
No bungozi ke obabunokwenzeka apho ke ukuba abantu babethe baya kwindawo eyayikude kufuphi yokuhlala.
And about the timing, was there still any possibility in the minds of the SAPS that there would be further negotiations on the 17th?
Ngokwexesha ke okuyayo ngalo amapolisa yona ayisecinga into yokubana kungaqhubekeka kube kuthethwana ngalamhla we-17 na.
Nee, voorsitter.
No, Mr. Chairperson.
Ayisihlalo.
Against subparagraph 4.7.9, the second criticism is that the South African police failed to warn the crowd before commencing stage 3 of the plan. We have dealt with this in your evidence yesterday, didn't we?
Sithethile ngayo ubungqina bakho izolo yokubana ke ngoku njengoba esithi yena amapolisa aphanza ukulumkisa isihlwele ngaphambi babangene kwinqanaba elesithathu.
So jy daarmee gedeel, dis reg voorsitter, pertinent ook met verwysing toe na standaarde 262.
Yes, as you put it to me, also in terms of standing order 262.
Ewe uyijilo kum njengoba kubhalwe lapha ku standing order 262.
And this morning about defensive measure as opposed to an offensive measure.
Na xa sithelekisa ke ngoku indlela yonyathelo elokukhusela neli ke ngoku oluthathayo xa usenza isenzo eso.
Dit is korrek, voorsitter.
That is correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Kunjalo sihlalo.
Against paragraph 4.7.10, the report says, although there is evidence that there was a genuine threat posed to the police at scene 1, not least by the individual who was firing a handgun, but also potentially from those carrying pangas and spears, the level of response from the SAPs was excessive and reckless.
Uthi ke ngoku nangona ke ngoku kukho ubungqina obonayo into yokuba kusehlo kuqala amapolisa agrogriswa hayi ke ngumuntu owayedubula ngombhaxa kodwa ke ngaba wayephethe iphanga kunye nemikhonto indlela ke ngoku abathi bona baphendula ngayo amapolisa yayigqithisileyo kwaye indlela yokungakhathali.
That we will leave to the commission to determine, and we'll hear Mr. White on it.
Siyawuyeka ikhomishini ibe yiyo ethatha isigqiba ngaleyo siphinde sive ke ba uzawuthini ke nomhlekazi White ngaleyo.
But may I draw your attention to what appears on page 46 against the letter D.
Mandikuse pha kuphepha ke ngoku u46 pha kula nobumba udilo.
And there, Mr. White says the footage by Reuters shows some officers who were shooting and others who were not.
Uthi ke ngoku ivideo efumaneke pha kwabaka Reuters iyabonisa into kubana kukho amapolisa ayidubula abanye engadubuli.
That is not something you can comment upon, is that, General?
Awunawukwazi ke uphefumula kule nto ithetha ngomhlobo kunjalo General?
i.e. why others fired and the others didn't.
Leyo kuba kuthena abanye bedubulile abanye bengazange badubule.
Voorsitter, ja, dis moeilik vir my om kommentaar te lewer behalwe dat
Chairperson, it's difficult for me to comment here.
Kunzima ke into yokuba ndiphefumule apha ngaphandle kokuthi
dat elke persoon het sy eie persepsie van 'n dreigement en van vrees.
Except to say every person, every individual has got his own perception of a threat and fear.
Ukuba omnye nomnye umuntu into esisigrogiso neloyiko kuye uyibona ngendlela yakhe.
So sonder dat ek die feite ken, kan ek net dink dat hierdie kaptein Bismarck,
without knowing the facts, I can only say this Captain Bismarck
ngaphandle ke kungazi kubunyani ndingathi into endingayithetha
dat hy sou gereageer het as hy onder direkte lewensbedreigende omstandighede gekom het.
I would say he possibly reacted when he was directly under a threat.
Into yokuba wathi ke wathatha inyathelo elinjalo ngeli xesha wayebona into yokuba uyagrogriswa.
En ek kan net dink dat hy waarskynlik sou reageer het as dit nie was dat daar reeds van sy ander lede was wat reeds gereageer het tot so 'n dreigement nie.
I don't think he would have reacted if there were no other members who had reacted to that kind of a threat.
Anqon babe no thatha inyathelo kuba ke ngoku bewengekho amanye amalungu athe athatha inyathelo ke kuyisigrogiso esinjalo.
The translation is wrong, but for the record we'll keep to the Afrikaans version.
If you could possibly correct it, sir.
That he may have not reacted because there were already people who reacted to that threat already.
Uthi bengoba yena bengenoba uthatha inyathelo ngoba bakhona abantu bebesethatha inyathelo bephendule kwaso sigrogiso.
Against paragraph 4.8.8, there is a second criticism there in relation to the events at scene 2.
Kukho enye indlela agxeka ngayo ke ngokwapha ku 4.8.8 xa ebhekisa ke ngokwesehlo sesibini
that having proceeded with a plan to encircle, disarm and arrest those protesters who had fled to copy 2 and 3, the decision to do so using an NIU sweep line was irresponsible for 2 reasons.
Uthi ke babenze igqibo sokuba bazawurhanqa bathatha izixhobo kwaye babambe abaqhankqalazi babalekele phaa kwintaba yesibini yesithathu. Isigqibo ke ngoku soba kakhona kusetyenziswa i-NIU yayisesokungakhathali ngezizathu ezimbini ezi zilandelayo.
Firstly, the police believed that the protesters were violent, armed, and would resist arrest.
Amapolisa kuqala akholelwa into yokuba abaqhankqalazi babe no dushe kwaye bexhobile kwaye babezawukwala ukubanjwa.
Faced with that resistance, the NIU was armed only with a live ammunition to ensure compliance.
Xa bejongene nanto into yoba abantu besala ukubanjwa, ababe-NIU babexhobe benembumbulu zentsimbi ukuqinisekisa into yokuba bazawuthotyelwa.
You have dealt yesterday with the reasons for the deployment of the NIU unit. Is that right?
Sewuchazile izolo izathu zokuba kuthunyelwe phaa i-NIU ba kutheni?
That is correct, Voorsitter.
That is correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Unjalo sihlalo.
The second reason is that if it were true that the protesters on copy 2 and 3 were violent and armed, the sweep line formed by the NIU created a large target for the protesters to fire at. What's your reaction to that one?
Ayisithi ke ngokuba binyani kuba lento abaqhankqalazi babelekele kwikopi yesibini yesithathu babe no dushe kwaye babexhobile. Le ncha ke wenziwe i-NIU wayenze into yokubana ke ngoku kube lula ngamanye amazwi into yokuba aba bakwazi ukuba babadubule. Uthini ngaloo nto leyo?
Voorsitter, ek kan net meld dat ek was nie bewus van 'n scene 1 en 'n scene 2 nie.
I must say, Mr. Chairperson, I wasn't aware of a scene 1 and a scene 2.
Ndithi ke bendingenalwazi lwesehlo sokuqala nesesibini.
En ook nie van die derde kopie nie. Ek was bewus van 2 pertinente koppies.
Not also of the third copy. I was aware of the first and the second copy.
Bendingazi ngentaba lesithathu bendiyazi ngeyokuqala nesibini.
En dat die beplanning het dit nooit ten doel gehad dat NIU sou daai veellyn gedoen het nie.
And the planning was not that NIU would do the sweep line.
Kusicwangciso ke zange kuthiwe i-NIU yiyo ke ezawuthi ingenelele apha.
NIU was getaak gewees in terme van die beplanning om die groter kopie te deursoek.
The NIU was tasked with searching the big copy.
Umsebenzi we-NIU ukuba mayosearcha phaa kulanduli inkulu.
TRT het hierdie taak gehad en ek verwys nou suiwer na die beplanning.
The TRT had the duty, and I'm referring to the plan.
Xa ndibhekisa kuplan ke umsebenzi we-TRT.
Soos dit uitgedraai het NIU toe die rol oorgeneem van TRT.
As it happened, the NIU then took over the task of the TRT.
Njengoba kwenzekile ke ngoku i-NIU yathatha umsebenzi we-TRT.
En dit is omstandighede wat ons nou weet in nabetragting.
We know what the circumstances that led to this way.
Siyazi uba yintoni izinto ezenzekayo ezakhokhelela kuyo yonke lento.
Die beplanning was geweest dat daar was die eerste linie was geweest panservoertuie.
The plan was that there would be this nyalas, the vehicles in front.
Ngokwesicwangciso ke kufuneka kubekho ezi hipo zingaphambili.
En dan sou hierdie lyn van TRT daar agterna gekom het.
The TRT line would have then been behind them.
Nokuba emva kwabo kumeke ababe TRT benze umca.
Met oop die eerste linie van die aksie. Met openbare orde polisieering.
The first line of action would have been the public order policing.
Apho kulo mca uqala i-POP ngabo bokuqala kufuneka ngoku ibe ngaba bathatha inyathelo.
The other criticism is that to proceed with stage 3 after the shooting of 16 people was incomprehensible and negligent. But more importantly, the criticism there is that there should have been a contingency plan drawn, and that is against subparagraph 4.8.6.
Uthi phaa ku 4.8.6 uthi ke ngoku le into yokuba ke ngoku kuzoqhutyekekwa ke ngoku kwenziwe le plan ilandelwe emva kokuba abantu ke ngoku aba 16 beswelekile yinto eyayibonisa ke ngoku ukungakhathali.
To cater for a situation if the plan had gone wrong.
Kubekho isicwangciso senziwayo ke ngoku ukuba kunokwenzeka into yokuba izinto zingahambi ngokwendlela bebejonge ngayo kwisicwangciso sabo bebelindele ngayo.
Voorsitter, ons het nie beplan, ons het nie voorsien, ons het nie verwag, ons het nie geantisipeer.
Chairperson, we did not plan, we did not, we could not foresee this happening.
Khange ke si lento siyilindele kwaye sicwangcise kanye siyibonele ngenxa ngaphambili.
En as meneer White verwys na contingency plan, sien ek 'n dokument wat moet opgestel word.
Where Mr. White speaks of a contingency plan, I see a document that should have been compiled.
Ngoku xa ethetha ngesicwangciso yena umhlekazi White ngimba kwakufuneke ngoku kwenziwe olunye uxwebhu
Terwyl ons voorsiening gemaak het vir gebeurlikhede. Contingencies.
Where we could foresee contingencies. Where we could see contingencies.
Apho ke ngoku sasinokwazi ukuthi ezo into sikwazi uzibonela ngenxa ngaphambili singekenzeki ngamanye amazwi.
En dit was ingebou in ons beplanning van daardie ekstra maatreëls wat ons getref het.
This was inbuilt in our planning in the contingencies that we had pre-planned.
Lonto ke ngoku yayikhona yokuyizicwangciso ezi sesizenzile thina.
Waarvan die afstand tussen die polisielyn en die betogers een was.
One of them was the distance between the police and the protesters.
Enye yazo ke yayingumgama wayengaphakathi kwamapolisa kunye nabaqhankqalazi.
Die lemmetjiesdraad wat ontplooi is.
The barbed wire which was deployed.
No cingo lihlabayo olalikhutshwe apho.
En dan die ontplooiing van die voorste linie in gepantserde voertuie.
And the deployment of the first Casper vehicles.
Ne kuthunyelwa ke ngokwezi moto ezi ze Casper.
Voorsitter, daar's nie 'n plan A en 'n plan B en 'n plan C nie.
Chairperson, there wasn't a plan A, B and a C.
Zange kubekho ke ngoku iplan yokuqala okanye yesibini okanye yesithathu.
Dreigemente en risiko's wat redelik voorsien was.
Threats and which were foreseen.
Into ke ezazibonelwe ngaphambili ngenxa ngaphambili.
Was ingebou in hierdie plan wat ons dan nou onder bespreking is.
Were built into this plan that we have discussed.
Zathi zakhokelela bakwenziwe esisicwangciso ke ngoku ensendigqiba ukuthetha ngaso.
In the paragraph at the top of page 48, you will see Mr. White says, in his view, it would have been better to try to contain the crowd within the copies by surrounding them and then negotiating.
Into ayithethayo ke ngokumbono wakhe yena uthi ngekubhetele into ukuba abantu baberhanqiwe phayana kwaye ke ngokuthetha luqhubekeke.
Would that have been feasible, plausible, effective?
Yayinosebenza into lolo hlobo.
Voorsitter, surrounding them. So ons sal in totaal mos omring.
Surrounding them would mean surrounding them totally.
Uthetha ke ngokuba senze isangqa sibarhanqele.
Dit beteken ons of ons voertuie 360 grade om die kopie geplaas het.
Would have meant putting vehicles 360 degrees around the copy.
Ilonto biyawuthetha into abanike ngoku yonke lantaba irhanqe kwenziwa isangqa ngengqwelo.
Of dalk 'n versperring geplaas het reg rondom die kopie.
Or to put some something that would obscure. What will you say? Versperring.
Obstruction.
An obstruction.
Okanye sibeke into izaba sisithintelo.
Maar voorsitter, soos ek die oordrag aan my gemaak is, was daar individuele aksies deur polisiebeamptes in reaksie op pertinente dreigemente.
as the whole thing was put to me, there were individual threats directed at the police.
Njengoba nanixelele ke ngoku kwakho izigrogriso ke ngoku ezazisenziwa ngqo kumapolisa.
So ek kan dit nie sien in terme van hoe dit sou moontlik wees nie.
I don't see how it possibly could have been done in this manner.
Andiyazi ke bayayinokwazi ukwenzeka njani ngendlela enjalo loo nto leyo.
What I'm asking is, could it have been sound to surround them and then negotiate with them?
Yayi into ba into ke ngoku eyenzeka kakuhle le iphumelele ukuba rhanqa kuze kuthethwe kunye nabo.
Nee, voorsitter.
No, Mr. Chairperson.
Hayi sihlalo.
The other criticism is that the use of water cannon, instead of flushing them out, would have encouraged them to climb to higher ground, and it would have had an opposite effect.
Uthi ke ukuba kunosetyenziswa iinkanuni zamanzi ke ngokuba thizwe babezawukhwela pha phezulu baye phezulu yayizawuthi gqibeleni ke ngoku iveze iziqhamo ezizezinye iziphumo zaloo nto.
It's a criticism against the use of water cannons.
Ugxeka ke ngoku ukusetyenziswa kweenkanuni ezizamanzi.
Voorsitter, ek weet nie of die waterkanonne kon oral bereik nie, maar as jy aanhoudend mense gaan nat maak met water en ons ervaring wys dit.
Mr. Chairperson, I don't know if the water cannons would have reached every point there, but my experience is that if you flush people with water, make them wet.
Andiyazi nokuba yayinokwazi ke ezikanuni zikwazi ukumanisa kuyo yonke laa ndawo, kodwa xa ubatshiza ngabanzi abantu uyabamanzisa.
En nou wetende hoe daai area lyk, weet ek nie wat bedoel hy by higher ground nie. Ek weet nie of dit sou verhoed het.
Knowing that area, I don't know what is meant here by higher ground.
Ngenxa bandiyala ngingqike ngoku xa ethetha ngomhlaba ophezulu phakeme andimazi ba uthetha ngantoni na.
Dat as hulle onder die rots of bo op die rots sou wees of dit enige verskil sou maak nie.
Whether it would have made any difference if they were under or on top of the rocks, whether it would have made any difference.
Ndingazi noba yayinokwenza umahluko na into yokuba abantu babe ngaphantsi kwamatye okanye bephezu kwamatye na.
Maar dat persone sal uitkom.
But that the people would have come out.
Kodwa abantu babephumile bona.
The other criticism says, given that 33 rubber rounds were used at scene 2 compared to 268 rounds of live ammunition, Mr. White will come to the conclusion that the force was disproportionate to the threat encountered.
Uthi kusetyenziswa ke ngoku kweembumbulu zerabha nezi zentsimbi kwaye indlela abathi benza ngayo yayingalingenanga isigrogriso esibabejongene naso.
That we will deal with Mr. White when he testifies.
Kodwa ke leyo ndiyakuyisho kuxa kunye noMhlekazi White xa enika ubungqina bakhe.
Then he says, finally, against paragraph 4.8.11,
gqibeleni ke apha ku 4.8.11,
by surrounding the copy and firing live ammunition from a number of sides, the SAPS created a dangerous environment for all who were on the copy. Are you able to comment on that?
Ungakwazi ukuphendula ke le ayithetha ukugqibela into yobana ngokurhanqa ke ukindaba nokudubula imbumbulu zentsimbi kumacala onke amapolisa wona athi adala kanye baveza imeko apho ke ngoku enobungozi kuwo wonke umuntu wayelapho entabeni ngokwenza njalo.
Voorsitter, ek dink meneer De Rover sal in 'n beter posisie wees om te kommentaar te lewer op die betrokke punt.
I think Mr. De Rover would be in a better position to comment on this particular point, Mr. Chairperson.
Icimba ke ngoku uMhlekazi De Rover nguye ke ongakwazi ukuthi aphawule kule
Vir 'n verskeidenheid van redes.
For several reasons.
Izizathu ngenxa yezizathu ezininzi.
Dit is 'n komplekse situasie wat afgespeel het by toneel 2.
It's a complex situation that played out on scene 2.
Imeko ke ngoku engaphezulu kakhulu kwamandla epha kwisehlo sesibini.
En ek het nie die informasie tot my beskikking nie. Ek was nie op die toneel gewees nie.
I was not on the scene and I do not have that information at my disposal.
ndandingekho phaa kwesehlo kwaye mna zange ndifumane unkcazelo ulwazi lolu hlobo.
Ek het nie 'n rekonstruksie gedoen nie, ek het nie lede
I
ontstaan nie.
haven't done a reconstruction. I have not asked or re-examined the members.
Zange ke mna ndike ndiwagoca-goce okanye ndiwabuze ke amalungu.
Chair, I only have some 7 or 8 yellow pages to do a finger walking on. Shall I deal with that?
I guess you make per page normally.
It is something that I think would take us 20 minutes to do.
I suggest we take those 20 minutes tomorrow.
Kuthiwa siyawuqhubeka ngomso ngoba
We've been
usafuna
handed a
uqhubeka.
document, before we adjourn, we've been handed a document which is called Call Up Debriefing in Preparation for the Judicial Commission, Northwest 27 August to 31 August. Is this relevant to the evidence of the witness? Must I study it this evening?
That is the
Tomorrow morning?
Potchefstroom call-out, Sir Chair.
Yes, I understand, sir. But do you expect me to study it before tomorrow morning, or is that task one that you don't give me to do tonight?
That I'm not giving the chair to do tonight.
I suppose I must be grateful for small mercies. The Commission will adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Siyawuqhubeka khona ngomso ngecala emva kwentsimbi yethoba.
I think the value was there. Then he would presumably, I'm not suggesting he can't do it, but he would give an expert's hat rather than giving direct evidence based on his own knowledge. Isn't that right?
It would be the opinion expressed by the Chair.
Sorry, what did you say something further before I call on the evidence pleaded?
I was going to say, perhaps to accommodate Mr. Msima, may he just wait for the questions that are put to see whether the witness would be competent to answer to those questions.
I don't think that there, I must anticipate things, but I don't think it can be argued that this witness, having had his experience, which should perhaps have been set out in a CV and handed in and just confirmed rather dealt with at length. But in view of what we know about his CV, I would be very surprised if we argued that he's not an expert as defined in the cases that deal with experts. But Mr. Berger's point is more substantive. So I'd like to find out what the evidence can say about it before we carry on further. Mr. Madlanga or Mr. Butler, which of you wishes to address the
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, much as one appreciates what my learned colleague Mr. Berger says, one also understands the practical difficulties that Mr. Semenya is referring to. As he says, indeed, as we go along and issues get raised, it might necessitate the perpetual filing of supplementary statements for affidavits, not only by subs, but indeed even by any other witness who might be similarly affected as subs is. So perhaps it's a balancing exercise, and maybe we as evidence leaders and the parties may have to discuss the matter and see whether we are able to reach some acceptable position amongst those.
Of course, it's not necessarily as stark as that. I wouldn't imagine you need to have a running commentary of expert statements, or extra statements, never mind experts, extra statements, after every witness has testified. But I would have thought, at least before the moment arrives for a particular witness to testify, that we in the Commission should be in possession of a document setting out a summary of what the witness is going to say in chief. So that, and that could have been done in this case, as far as I can see. I can't think of any excuse why it wasn't done. And certainly for the future, I would expect it to be done. But that doesn't help us in relation to the existing situation, in relation to this witness. So any suggestions as to what can be done about that? From a practical point of view. One doesn't want to lose time, but I'd be grateful if you could give us the benefit of your input on this aspect.
Senior counsel Senior Counsel Msumenya.
The problem is on the expert issues, because some of the issues, as Mr. Semenya says, may arise as we go along and only at a stage when a witness is being cross-examined. And it's not the sort of thing that one would have anticipated long beforehand. So rather than may I continue?
I want to raise a question with you about what you just said before you continue. I'm not sure that I understand. Obviously, you can't deal with something that can be done in what's going to be said by a witness in cross-examination when you're leading his evidence in chief.
No, I'm talking about witnesses that are still to come. I'm talking, yes. I certainly can't, I'm not talking about anticipating for the witnesses already being cross-examined. I'm saying you may want to deal with that when you are calling subsequent witnesses. So it's there that I say it may then necessitate supplementary documents. And all I'm saying now is that rather than off the top of my head to try and come up with solutions, perhaps it's best for us as evidence leaders and the parties to discuss the issues and see how best to take the matter forward.
Intazana ke ngoku senior council uMadlanga ntoba wonke amaqela ke funeka adibane ke ngoku badibanise amathambo engqondo bakhe bahlale phantsi bacinge uba le meko lena okanye le ngxaki lenyewe bangayisombulula njani.
Yeah. Can I roll? Yeah.
Commission is ready. Start main one.
Are you still appearing for your own clients, or are you appearing for the
Chair, resource now.
Well, do you think you'll get a front page story in the newspaper tomorrow? I think we better stop these issues just to get on with the commission.
Awukwazi ukuyixoxa kwenye itsisa kwenye icala ke ngokamajito kwenye amanzi awukwazi ukubonisa kwenye icala ke ngokavideo.
Oorsaak dat altyd as die spuitstukke nou op pad se elevasie was dat die kamera dan draad van die dag op afgeneem het.
It resulted in if the water cannon is in
3, top last page, talks about 20.
Ukuthiwa ke ngoku izimitha ezingamashumi amabini.
Dan is die waarskynlikheid van ernstige beserings baie min.
the possibility then of serious injuries would be limited.
Or not. So, I mean, the current witness has been taken through certain things to say, going through this line, is it proper? What is he here as an expert? Particularly when he talks on things that he was not present when they happened.
Let's ask Mr. Semenya. Mr. Semenya, am I correct in thinking that you now propose to be what would amount to expertism? He's commenting on criticism made by things that happened when he wasn't there. Then he would presumably, I'm not suggesting he can't do it, but he would be doing it wearing an expert's hat rather than giving direct evidence based on his own knowledge. Isn't that right?
It would be the opinion expressed by the
Sorry, what did you say something further before I call on the evidence leaders?
I was going to say, perhaps to accommodate Mr. Nsima, may he just wait for the questions that are put to see whether the witness would be competent to answer to those questions.
Yes, I don't think that there's, I must anticipate things, but I don't think it can be argued that this witness, God being had his experience, which should perhaps have been set out in a CV and handed in and just confirmed rather dealt with at length. But in view of what we know about the CV, I would be very surprised if we argued that he's not an expert as defined in the cases that deal with experts. But Mr. Berger's point is more substantive. So I'd like to find out what the evidence you can say about it before we carry on further. Mr. Madlanga or Mr. Butler, which of you wishes to address it?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, much as as one appreciates what my learned colleague Mr. Berger says, one also understands the practical difficulties that Mr. Semenya is referring to. As he says, indeed, as we go along and issues get raised, it might necessitate the filing, perpetual filing of supplementary statements for affidavits, not only by subs, but indeed even by any other witness who might be similarly affected as subs is. So perhaps it's a balancing exercise, and maybe we as evidence leaders and the parties may have to discuss the matter and see whether we are able to reach some acceptable position amongst those.
Of course, it's not as stark as that. I wouldn't imagine you need to have a running commentary of expert statements, or extra statements, never mind experts, extra statements after every witness has testified. But I would have thought, at least before the moment arrives for a particular witness to testify, that we in the Commission should be in possession of a document setting out a summary of what the witness is going to say in chief. So that, and that could have been done in this case, as far as I can see. I can't think of any excuse why it wasn't done. And certainly for the future, I would expect it to be done. But that doesn't help us in relation to the existing situation in relation to this witness. So any suggestions as to what can be done about that? From a practical point of view.
Wants to come
When?
and claim his stake
Oh, is it?
because he can see the are out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says no, he must come because .com ufuna ukumcripplisha.
The difficulty being is that he's not always available overnight to be able to comment on that, so then preparation for our cross-examination becomes quite difficult. So we would actually like to put on record firstly,
all of testified, and I wanted us to start on page 25 of the letter.
Nasifike ukungesti isihamhle kahle white kodwa ke nasiqale pha kuphepha ku-25.
I'm sorry, 20. We've got two sets of numbers on our copies.
So
You were scared, Shem. Last week, he actually told me in the car when we
Dis wat erken dat ons nie omvattende en behoorlike rekordhouding gedoen het.
Ken is good, my WhatsApp.
the men's top.
As in, I need it tighter. I need the belt tight.
So when they call, okay, so you can just.
Yes.
So I'm forward the last shots. Now I got the last shots in the papers.
I don't want to take you what you can do with content. Prima facie, it seems to me there's not much this witness can say about this.
What is important?
The things we do for TV, yes.
Oh, for a living.
For TV.
Okay, let me love you and leave you, eh?
Mr. Joburg, thank you. Thank you.
Huh?
It's your life. Yeah, it's fine. I should be mad. Wait, what do you want me to do?
Those things. You hold them. I'll put them on the chair. If you vibrate a lot. If you vibrate a lot, we'll just put on the chair. Then I'll focus on the chair.
You have vibrated.
How are you people who drink whiskey, you vibrate a lot?
Yes, I have a pen.
There must be a way that you can page it nicely. I'm going to just to page.
Yeah, but I need my, it won't be steady on my hand.
Page it like that.
Oh, to which one? Can you show me which page?
Any page.
Yeah, Baba. Yes, he is. Thank you very much.
Now let's just page. Maybe 10 pages.
Yeah, are we still inside?
Yeah, maybe just 10 pages.
Caesar wants to come to Rustenburg just now to sort out someone. I'm talking to .com.
Huh?
Caesar says he feels like coming to Rustenburg just now to sort you out.
That's no problem. It's welcome. If you don't have petrol money, must even call us.
You are taking his woman and you are so arrogant about it.
She wants me. I don't want her.
He wants you. Chief.
Yeah.
Yeah, for Sunday.
The camera high.
Higher, yeah. Go up, up and.
Is there any particular line that you want?
I wanted name as well.
Where's the name?
Thank you.
What's my showing is screen now? This is an email of Google, and then we'll email the document.
You can take it with the iPhone.
Thank you so much.
This one is fresh.
Thank you.
Eh? You see, this one is fresh, too.
Which one?
This one. Just get this part here on the thing.
And I can
That's a freezer body frame.
Yeah, I'm just doing a wide and then I'll go close on that.
Eh.
at the top it looks like this whole
Eh.
bunch of miscommunication is going on.
They must do some work.
I'm recording now. You must stop the whiskey, Mama.
I mean, I don't shake me.
It's covered.
Maybe just another.
Rolling.
So it just shows the.
Are you on roll? Let's page. Let's 10. Yeah, keep them 10 because I'm on a white short. So just keep them 10. Hmm?
Yes. Yes, I understand, but
Sorry?
you're saying that you want to offer me discount. I'm saying that what is the discount? Because the balance is
Any mic. We can use e-mic. E-mic.
What's the balance? No way. That balance, I mean, I said I don't have my papers because 2,500 rand, so I don't think there's any discount here. So it's okay, I'll just pay whatever I owe them. Don't worry about it. Okay, cool, bye. It's going to bullshit. Finish their account. So now they're telling me they're trying to offer you a discount. Like I'm stupid. There's no discount. Who can
You want the e-mic or a lapel?
Eh? Yes. I'm just waiting for you to finish ingesting here.
Which mic?
And then I'll take the cable quickly. Once you're done, let's fit those things. You can just point from the beginning where it for cement and
But certainly the substantive topic is going to be dealt with in chief by a witness, not covered by his or her previous statement. Then I think in terms of the written proof, that substantive topic should be covered in a supplementary statement, as in fact it has been done very properly by the assembly.
nokuba nokuthi ubese yavile namhlekazi kwathunjwa lokashimamane anesine 4.7.6
There it reads, it appears that there were a number of alternatives, including simply sitting and waiting and monitoring the situation.
You have testified what Mr. White is saying is that instead of that, you could simply have said
constitutional responsibility on the police. We were all the time aware of the risk of these people who kept on going mad. You have testified what Mr. White is saying is that instead of that, you could simply have said constitutional responsibility on the police. We were all the time aware of the risk of these people who kept on going mad.
But with a friend who's a girl, not a girl. So?
No, that is something else.
I don't know.
The lover part.
We can't be seen to be.
We can't attend that.
No.
No.
We can't confirm, we can't deny.
Huh? Yeah, I agree that your girlfriend was the last shot, Mus.
Yes.
And then cut away from those people.
Dottie, we can't confirm nor deny.
Yeah.
So
It's still a sub judice.
yes, the matter is still sub judice. We don't know. We don't know, Chief.
No, I'm done. You can connect there.
All I know is that I don't take
Mar, there are those, where are the white things? They're there. Yeah, no, I can't see them. Fed focus. The white things are gone.
I've hidden them.
Where's our facility? It's time to eat. The audio out.
Give me that audio out complete. All those cables is out.
But you don't need audio out, Mus.
Guys, how's the network connection in your room?
Okay, no problem. I'm all yours. I think it's okay. It's fine.
No, it doesn't start with the answer. They go into the document. So they put it. This is what I think that if you can't find it I need to write down my time code. So I would know what time it came to. So that right is that. So let me see. Right? What does it say? What time did that food come in? Is there nothing before that? No, it can't be 12:29. It must be before 12:29 because it's a place at 12:17. 17 minutes past 12. So 12:29 is half past. No, not 11. 12. Yeah, second is 11:59, and then C is because it should come after no evidence of any other options having been properly presented to job for consideration of the other person. Yeah, it comes after that question, directly after the question. After the business answer to the question. And then it will say statement of the plan anticipated that when seeking to disperse the crowd into smaller groups, and it goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on, and then towards prosperity. That's when he starts, when he says towards 12:19, that's when he starts saying, that is the whole thing. He says, by planning to block this attraction point. Yeah. When you get that part, right? It will be emailed. Say, he will start by saying, three of the plans anticipated. Once you find him saying that, keep at it because it goes on for quite some time. Keep at it, keep going, and then it will be like a minute or two. And then, just after a minute or two, he will say, by planning to block this attraction point. So he must remember, everything must be saying is going on in like a minute or two, with interpretation in between. So then, while this interpretation, you say, it's like it doesn't even last 3 minutes, it's a semester. No, you will cut it out. This is how you do it. As soon as you get to the part, where it will say, stage 3 of the plan, anticipated that when seeking to disperse the crowd, you hear those words. As soon as you get to that point, do not stop. Listen to him, don't cut it. Listen to him until he gets to the part. Once he starts saying, by planning to block this attraction point, that's where you start cutting it by. block this attraction point with razor wire and or armed officers. He says it's what the end of it's one sentence, but unfortunately it has to be broken down because this guy speaks Afrikaans, so there has to be interpretations in between. Yeah. Yeah, no, you probably, because my script is literally, no, I'm sure she's waiting for that guy. It's with her, it's been with her since Mom was and Miss Miller both at the same time. Yeah. So, on the day when I leave Maylene, she's not there.
Why they're missing us?
She doesn't get it. Like you say to someone, the feed is the bite is at 12:15. She goes and looks goofy. Then go 12:30 to 1 o'clock. Obviously, it won't be there. If Muktumeli time code, it means because even when I sent her the time code, she said to me, "Does this mean that?" Like she said, do I have to go through all the Marikana feeds? And I said, no. I sent you the time code specifically for a reason.
Yeah.
To know where to find the bites. Yeah. Now she's found the time code, but then she takes from 12:17, she goes and looks who feed young or 12:30. Mm-hmm. And you can't do it because you have to go to feed young 11:59.
That's a problem. The movement.
Like, I don't know.
Chief, but what time are we crossing?
I'm trying so hard to have patience right now. Sorry. Someone's messing up my time code.
Ah. Cool.
Ngifike akafune ibhayisi ekukona past 12. Uyobheka kuthi ngo-half past 12. Uzoyithola kanjani ukubhayisi? Uzoyithola kanjani ibhayisi ngo-half past 12? Yangokona past 12. Half past 12. Uzokuthi ngo-11:59 half past 12.
Chakras.
You need to calm down. You need to look properly for the bite. It's okay, I only found one. I'm like, the same way you found the one, find the other.
Eh?
The dead man. Steve Jobs.
You're doing a book. That's fucking random.
Very random.
Okay, cool.
What time is the closing?
I don't know.
It's interesting to me.
And what time is it?
12 o'clock.
At 5. On top of the hour of first segment. I am sure we're not leaving. So it's most likely around 10 past.
Hang on.
Me, I'm tired of solitary confinement.
I feel like I'm running halfway to this guys. No, we don't know what time to send it. I'm like, yeah, I just know what to do for time.
Well, now all you need to do is you need to tell the office to fuck off. Chief?
Hello, darling. What time exactly? At the top of the hour.
Where them
Okay,
sugars?
cool. Top segment. Stop.
You have a fit? Where them sugars at?
Top segment, guys.
After 5?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, we chill. Don't worry about it. We chill.
Yeah, it's perfect. You guys are not worried.
Yeah? What, are you worried?
I'm annoyed.
No, you need to chill. You need to chill even more than the people from Johannesburg. In the Budus here, there's less traffic.
Melusi.
You're not in a red race.
Melusi.
You have more reasons to be calm.
Melusi, do you know what? My morning parcel is going to be subbed by Lydia.
Oh, by the way, they can hear you. Tell them.
It's going to be subbed.
Yes.
By who?
DJ Imam.
Ask that man over there.
Who's DJ? Who's DJ?
Okay.
Okay, what about DJ? Is she a very
Hello? Yes. Yes. Yes, I'm strong. Is what the people say, Dada. Okay?
This is the last one.
Of course. What do you think? Hello? Yes. Yes. Should I stay on the line? All right. Cool. They are lurching.
For what?
But it got cut off, Nje.
How do you send it?
Not yet. The line have dropped.
I mean, I'm tired of it. I can't take it anymore. As a matter of fact, I resigned immediately.
Hey, Bo. No, may lose. You do what?
Resign.
Wow. Okay, okay. We shall see.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We'll tell them.
How can I see this?
Please tell them the line got cut off. Sharp. Now .com meaning it's again. We're talking about his phone and internet and WhatsApp and what. So I said, so he's like, you know, I'm always traveling, so I'm forever roaming. And that's when I'm calling the phone. So each time, what did I say? I said, oh wow, Dirty, you quite a high flyer, hey? And then utata ilo konjan. Yeah, I told them that the phone, it got hung up, so they must call again. Yeah? Why are they calling you and not Sandin? Hebatung, I don't listen. Left. Haibo, what did I do? Okay, I am talking. Hello. They said I must keep talking. I must not count. They said keep talking, Melus. Did you hear .com saying keep talking?
Yeah, talking and counting. You can't count without talking. Unless you're counting in your head. I mean, it's a simple process.
Do you mind shutting up?
Okay, count 1 to 10 so they can check the audio. That's what I'm
Does it count up to 10?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You happy?
Can Umelusi just disappear?
Can you hear? They're talking to you from the studio.
I can't hear them. I told them the line got cut off. They must call me back.
Can you call her back? Yeah, can you call Bongi back? Yeah, it's this touch screen. Just touch it. Why are you shining?
Am I shining?
We can't do that.
.com.
Put makeup.
It's your light, dude. .com and
Standing by? Standing by?
How do I stand by when I can't hear Joburg?
Can you call her?
They must call me. I can't hear them.
He said I must cue you.
Oh, good luck to them.
So I just want to talk.
Sandile ngicela into kanje.
If you stand there, you don't try. You are perfect. Can you please give us feedback also, bro?
TD, can you call her back? Just try to call her back again. Because now if I cue her, that means she won't be hearing anything from your side.
Because I don't even know what they're going to ask. That's why.
She just was not briefed what to talk
I was
about.
not briefed. Can they call me back?
Devan, what is this black background like at your funeral? You don't have any Marikana thing?
What?
Yeah.
They know most of what the commission is because
Oh, well, like in a funeral. Let me take one banner and put it here behind it.
Yeah. And that will work.
Yeah.
Hello?
No,
Cam?
Even on the side, take it. Hmm? Take the big one or a small one. Place it there. But now place it in such a way that it's.
Can you see Marikana?
Yes, just like that, goes. You leave it.
Can you see the thing?
Yes, leave it, it's nice. No, don't move it.
No, I won't move. I want to the chair.
Now, I don't know if you help me with this problem. There's only one problem now.
What?
Come see here.
Sandila, do I look at the light or the lens?
Standing by here. You look here.
You know what I want to know? I want to know.
Standing by.
Influence my balance on the face. And I also want this light to focus on the face. Because it's focusing on everywhere. Just on the face there. Yes, perfect. It's not the hair. There. Perfect. Yeah, you
can use that one.
Yeah, I've got. I want to do it right here.
$52.
52. Shucks.
Dottie?
More orange now.
Please tell them to call me back.
Yeah,
hello?
Okay. Studio just went dead. I can't hear Francis.
TD.
It's still on, but tell them I can't hear Francis.
Your hair needs a bit of a touch up here.
It's an advert.
Okay, no. It just got cut off again. It says call failed.
Yes, open 9 is good.
.com.
Okay.
Please ask them to call back. It says call failed.
TD.
Network is bad.
Don't worry, I want to sort out the background.
Ngicela akhulume neJob kuqala because the network is bad.
Sorry, I'm confused. I'm trying to do
How are you, TD? TD? Jobek?
Please.
Yes, how are you?
Can
you call Bongi back?
The network is bad.
Yeah, that one is perfect, my man. That one is perfect.
It says callfailed.com. .com.
No.
Have you told them?
Yeah, I'm talking to them.
It says call failed. I don't know what's wrong with the network.
I can't see it now. It's fine, nothing. It's grand. Can you call Bongi back?
Hello? Hello? Something's up with the
right
network
there.
here.
Perfect. Can you call Bongi back?
They've called me. Something's up with the network inside.
They said they've flashed with you.
They have. The network is bad, Ran, guys.
Yeah, she's using this stupid iPhone. So now I've got 4 bars on my BlackBerry.
It says call failed.
She says the network is bad. But it's fine now.
It's fine.
Standing by. I can't see it. You're cutting on the hand. Almost.
You cutting my cut complete?
They'll tell you if they are using. You can put the mic in.
Can you just take it a bit up, man? The mic, can you just take it a bit up?
Perfect. Patrick's double E. Hey, Patrick. I thought they're designed by his wife. So I must double E. Standing by.